I was over in Austria, but right now I am sitting actually in my bedroom at home in Noosa in Queensland, Australia. So very surreal experience for me, I have to say. But nonetheless, very, very excited to be here and really cannot wait for this race here today as we take you to the swim start. Obviously, our professional men and our professional women will be the first to start today. We have got an incredible field lined up today. Obviously, quite a few favourites. I think there are around 45 professional men and 22 professional women here today in Walchsee. With our men, obviously our favourites include Rudy Wild of Switzerland, Frederick Funk from Germany, Bart Arnouts from Belgium, Thomas Steger, the Austrian. I know he is the favourite for today. We've also got Giulio Molinari from Italy. And one of the little, what I would say, outsiders or special athletes to mention is Ruben Zapunkt from Germany, just because of his absolute biking prowess. He's a phenomenal bike rider, and we all know that the course here today is exceptionally tough. As we now wait for the start. And we are away. Our professional men have begun. As you can see, really warm temperatures in the water today. We got a water temperature reading of about 22.7 degrees Celsius. So with the World Triathlon rules, of course, no wetsuits allowed for our professional athletes. We do know that our age group athletes today will be able to wear wetsuits, so wetsuits will be optional for our age group athletes, but for our professional athletes today, no wetsuits allowed. Now, what I love the most about this race is I really do not think you could get a more spectacular backdrop ever. Now, I've been to plenty of races in my time, and honestly, every time I see this race, it takes my breath away. Of course, Lake Walchsee is absolutely beautiful. It's a beautiful area right in the heart of the Alps of Austria. And I've been told that the water is so clean that you can actually drink it. It is drinkable. And of course, our pro athletes today, 1 lap swim, 1.9 kilometre swim, and it's a 1 lap lake swim. While we are watching our professional male athletes, it won't be too far away before our professional female athletes start today. And of course, we do have a spectacular women's field assembled today. And I'll be honest, what I am most excited about is seeing Annie Haug from Germany up against Niklas Berg from Switzerland. These two women have never, ever raced together over this particular distance before, over the middle distance. Of course, they last met at the PTO Championships last December, Challenge Daytona. Slightly different distance there. Of course, it was a 2K swim, 80K bike and an 18-kilometre run. So I am very, very excited to see how these two women go up against each other today. We've got some other great women also racing. Sara Perez-Sala of Spain, Sueña Toes lining up for her first race in, I think, about a year and a half. So very excited to see Sueña back racing. We've also got Marta Bernardi from Italy and Laura Zimmerman from Germany. So all of these women I'm really looking forward to seeing out there today. And I can already see the likes of Niklas Berg jumping up and down in the purple one-piece.
Number 106 from Denmark, Line Bonde. Number 107 from the Switzerland. London first World Olympic gold medalist and also participant in Rio 2016. The silver medalist.
So it's not too far away before our professional women start today. As we can already see, our professional men, we have got a swimmer away. He's opened up around a 10 to 15 metre gap on the rest of the field.
Germany, Laura Zimmermann. 116 from Spain, Sarah Perez Sala. 170.
And it's very interesting to see already our professional men have split into two separate groups there, so swimming parallel to each other. Beautiful conditions in Walchsee today. I've been told as 7:30 this morning they had an air temperature of about 17.4 degrees Celsius, but we do expect this to rise rather rapidly. They've been having temperatures in around the 25 to 28 degrees during the day, so we do expect this temperature to rise fairly quickly throughout the day. But just looking at the video footage that we've got in front of us, picture perfect day. There's hardly any wind. Beautiful conditions in the lake, perfect swim conditions.
Gegen den Uhrzeiger sehen wir geschwommen.
So as you can see, that inside group has a rather large advantage. I'm surprised that the other group, the outer group's gone so far wide. But very interesting to see. We've got a main group there with two swimmers off the front. A main group, a smaller group, and of course those two swimmers that are off the front that have managed to split themselves from the two groups. And just look at that backdrop. The Austrian Alps, absolutely spectacular here today.
Und damit auch hier für den nächsten Start in 10 Minuten, 8:45, die nächste Time-Up-Vorbereitung. Ladies and gentlemen, the next start, approximately 10 minutes to go, 45 minutes past 8, with the para-athletes who will be also fight in this middle distance triathlon for the European Championship.
So while we're here with our professional men, as I mentioned before, we have got quite a few favourites. Of course, one of the favourites, Giulio Molinari from Italy, he has actually won here 3 times before. And one of the times when he did actually win it was also the European Championship. So he has been the European Championship here at Walchsee before in the past. And I'm sure he would love nothing more than to add another European Championship title to his name. He did say in an interview yesterday that it was going to be exceptionally hard with the field lined up here today, but of course he'll give it everything he can. I know he's in fairly good form right now, so it'll be great to see Giulio have a very good race.
If you're not from one family, bitte haltet euch an die Regeln in der Bubble, geht auseinander, entzerrt das Ganze bitte.
Of course, another one of our favourites, and he's at 23 years of age, so one of our youngest competitors in the field. Frederick Funk of Germany. Of course, he was the winner of St. Pölten a few weeks ago, also in Austria. He had an absolutely spectacular race in St. Pölten a few weeks ago. Crushed it from beginning to end. I don't think I've ever seen him race so perfectly, is the only word I can really use to describe his race. He just executed to perfection. Now, of course, still only 23 years of age, and I've got a bit of a soft spot for Frederick Funk because I actually used to race against his mum. So, Heike, if you're out there watching, and I'm sure you are, hello. I'm sure she's exceptionally proud of her son right now. But, of course, Frederick and Harold were both very good, very strong pro athletes in their day. So it's great to see that the apple hasn't fallen so far from the tree.
Die Aussichten sind ganz gut, weil ich bin in Form. Aber die Gegner, also Freddy Funk, was der in St. Pölten gemacht hat, jetzt vor einem guten Monat, das ist absolute Weltklasse. Also wenn der das wiederholt, dann wird es schwierig werden für mich. Ja, ich muss auf jeden Fall am Rad Gas geben. Ich habe ja bergab ein paar Schwächen, aber muss dann bergauf dann umso mehr treten. Und ich darf den Abstand auf keinen Fall zu groß werden lassen. Ja, also es freut mich schon, dass man im eigenen Bett schlafen kann. Das ist schon was Besonderes nochmal. Und ja, würde mich freuen, wenn ich gut abschneiden könnte.
And of course, we just heard from Thomas Steiger from Austria. Of course, he is the Austrian favourite here today. they've actually nicknamed him the Green Devil, and I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. I mean, the Green Devil, but obviously green because he is in Team PWAG and they have green suits. Steger had a very good race back in May when he raced Challenge Riccione in Italy, where he was obviously the winner there. He was also fifth the other week in St. Polten, so he is in really good form. We know he's not a fan of the cold, which to me sounds quite bizarre, coming from an Austrian. But yeah, he races a lot better in the heat. And of course, Riccione was very, very warm. And it looks like he's got just what he wanted in today's race, because it is going to be a very warm day out there. Now, of course, Thomas Steger also won this race way back in 2017. So I have no doubt that he would love to win it again in 2021. His strength is definitely his run. Definitely solid across all three legs. He swims probably his least favourite of the three, but definitely a solid biker and a really, really strong runner. But getting back to Frederik Funk, our favourite here today, I would say that he is our favourite here today. 23 years of age, he's just still so young, but showing so much promise over this middle distance. Grew up very, very close by, literally just over the border in Germany. So he knows this area particularly well. And I think, you know, watching him race the other weekend in St. Polten, Austria, obviously he loves racing here. He loves racing in this area. And I think it will make a big difference when it comes to this very, very technical bike ride here today in Walchsee.
Okay, this is the first one. So maybe we take them here and then we're running with.
Now, Frederik Funk was second here last year to Maurice Clavel, also of Germany. So I'm sure he wants nothing more than to go up one spot on that podium today. And we do know that he's in very, very good form. Another favourite racing today is Bart Arnouts of Belgium. I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but he is definitely one of our more mature athletes lining up today, 37 years young. Bart was the winner of Challenge Rot in 2017 and also second at the Ironman World Championships in Kona back in 2018. Bart is renowned for his bike run speed. He would have one of the best bike run combinations of anyone in the field today.
Und werden auch hier, wie im Jahre 2016, hier auf dem Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee Boden ihr Bestes.
Now, of course, Bart's not a particularly strong swimmer, so I don't expect to see him start to shine, probably not until about the midway or towards the end of the bike. So we see two of our professional men. Broken away from the main pack, so they have a nice little lead right now.
To everybody, have a more than successful race today. Perfect weather conditions. Sunny, a little bit cloudy.
So we've got a great overhead shot of our swimmers. Our professional men and our professional women are both underway here at Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee. As we can see, our leader in the professional men's field today. We do know that our professional women are underway as well. We will try and get you some shots of the women as soon as possible, but our professional men and professional women are now underway here in Lake Walchsee.
10 minutes past 9, the Aqua Bike European decision. 20 past 9, the individual race will start with the Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee, the age group.
Now, just to give you a little bit of information on the course here today, of course, I've already mentioned it's the 1.9 kilometre swim, one big lap in Lake Walchsee. They'll then jump onto their bikes and they have got a 2-loop 90-kilometre bike ride through Austria's Tyrol region. And all I can say is this bike course is nothing short of spectacular. It's extremely undulating, very, very challenging course with approximately, I think, around 1,200 metres of elevation, but breathtaking views throughout. I think one of the biggest things about the bike course is the technical aspect of that bike course, and I think it will really favour those that are technically superior on the bike. It's one thing to be a great climber, but it's another thing to be a really good descender. And I know that there are a couple of athletes in the field in both the professional men's and women's fields today that excel in both these areas. I know Nicola Spirig is an incredible climber on the bike, but even more so an incredible descender. Her technical skills on the bike are truly probably the best I've seen of any professional female. I used to train with Nicola many, many moons ago over in the Swiss Alps. And I used to try to stay on her wheels so many times. I remember training sessions trying to stay on Nicola Spirig's wheel while descending, and honestly, I thought I'd had a death wish. She's phenomenal. And she showed this actually when she won Challenge Gran Canaria earlier in the year, where she was able to break away from Sara Perez, who I might mention is also racing here today. So Sara Perez of Spain, incredible swimmer, and also very, very strong on the bike, was able to get out of the water in first in Gran Canaria. Of course, had Nicola Spirig very close behind. But Nicola very, very quickly showed her superior climbing and descending skills on that technical course in Gran Canaria and was able to break away quite easily in the end. And I have a feeling that today's course, we are going to see something fairly similar. Now, Walchsee itself sits at about 658 metres above sea level. And then we do know that they will climb approximately 1,200 metres of elevation throughout the bike ride today.
The feeling down here is electric. It is going to be rocking in just a few minutes.
This incredible event is underway in Miami.
Showing some of the incredible challenge family events around the world. As we get back to our professional men. As soon as we can get a glimpse of the numbers, we will give you an update of who is out in front. I'm lucky enough to have some really good spotters on the ground in Walchsee, the rest of my team. My amazing team that are over there, I'm so jealous. I wish I was over there with them. I am looking forward to joining them over in Europe later in the year at the end of August, as I head over there to work a few events on the ground, including the championship in Slovakia, Challenge Roth, and also the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships at Challenge Almere in September. So even though I can't be there right now, I'm living vicariously through my wonderful team over there on the ground, who will be giving me updates throughout the day. But honestly, could you get a better backdrop if you tried? I think Austria is the one country that I am yet to visit. I've been to so many. I've spent so much of my career in Europe, but I never got to race in Austria, and I'm actually kicking myself looking at these pictures now, because it is spectacular. And of course, going back to our men's race, I have to mention, and he won't mind me saying this, I'm sure, the oldest pro athlete in the field, Rudy Wild from Switzerland. Rudy's a very good friend of mine, so I'm sure he won't mind me saying it. He's still a lot younger than me, but 39 years of age. But honestly, he's also one of the most accomplished racing today. Of course, Rudy Wild from Switzerland. He competed at the London Olympics in 2012. And he actually has over 15 middle distance titles to his name. So it's incredible in itself. He recently placed second to Javier Gomez at Challenge Cancun earlier in the year, and more recently was sixth place at Challenge St. Pölten only a few weeks ago. He is in very, very good form.
Da werden sie reinkommen, nicht nur die Europameister 2021, sondern alle auch aus der Profiliga, aus der Amateurliga, und sich genauso feiern lassen, vielleicht mit dem olympischen Gedanken mit den dabei sein, die Sache ist.
But I have been told by my team on the ground that the temperatures are really starting to heat up very quickly. So as I mentioned, as of 7:30 this morning, it was about 17.5 degrees Celsius. But already it's warmed up a few degrees from that. They are expecting temps of around 26 to 28 degrees Celsius, but feels like 30 to 32 degrees. There is very little wind right now. There's only a slight bit of cloud cover, as you can see from our video. So not much protection there from the sun. Of course, for this soft Aussie over here, it sounds like absolutely perfect race conditions to me. But I know for a lot of our Europeans, that is brutally hot for them. I know St. Pölten a couple of weeks ago, also in Austria, fantastic event. Was very, very hot conditions. You really got to see that during the run, and then of course at the finish line with a lot of our pro athletes just collapsing onto the ground. Looks like we're going to have very, very similar conditions here today for this race. Of course, as I said earlier, the European Middle Distance Championships here today. So, of course, athletes vying for both titles, the European Middle Distance Championship title, as well as the Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee title. Of course, for our professional athletes here today, slots are up for grabs for the championship. So, of course, the championship is our penultimate event at the amazing X-Bionic Sphere in Samarin, Slovakia. That race is going to take place on the 29th of August. And of course, our top 6 professional men and women will all get automatic qualification slots for that race. Of course, another exciting thing happening that weekend on the Saturday, so on the 28th, is the PTO Collins Cup. First time ever. I am really excited to watch this unfold. Of course, the Collins Cup. There are 3 teams, Team USA, Team Europe, and Team International. These teams are made up of 6 athletes. 4 of these athletes automatically qualify, and of course 2 are captain's picks. And if this race here today is a race that the captains are looking at and will be taking note. So pro athletes out there today also earning valuable points towards selection. for their respective teams. Of course, that weekend is going to be an incredible weekend of racing at Sphere with the Collins Cup, $1 million US dollar prize purse up for grabs. And of course, on the Sunday with the championship, €50,000 up for grabs. So it is really going to be an incredible weekend of racing. We see our professional men nearing the end of the swim here today. As they make their way towards the swim exit, up into T1. As we've got Christophe de Kaiser of Belgium is first out. So our first swimmer out today, Christophe de Kaiser of Belgium.
The first man running in the transition area. Step your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Behind Paolo Brie from Italy.
Und jetzt geht's hier Schlag auf Schlag die nächsten raus. Die kommen schon bei dir oben bei. Einmal kurz am
So fantastic swims by Frederick Funk and Giulio Molinari, two of our favourites here today. Really fast swim times, 24:38. Of course, we've got Barnaby there of Italy. Great to see Frederick Funk already at his bike and heading out onto the bike ride. He is definitely our favourite for today. We're about professional men making their way to the swim exit and into transition. Great to see Frederick Funk of Germany also out in 8th position. Not too far behind our leaders either. That's scary because let me tell you, Ruben would be the best bike rider in the field. He is an ex-pro cyclist from Germany. He's actually from Dusseldorf, but he resides in Girona, like so many of our professional athletes do right now. He was a pro cyclist from, I think, around 2014 to 2017 before he then decided to change to triathlon. He was third at Challenge Davos in Switzerland back in 2019. Every single race, Ruben seems to just get better and better. But yeah, terrific bike rider. And let's be honest, this course here today is going to suit him right down to the ground. He is technically perfect on a bike. I remember seeing footage of him at Challenge Davos, another one of our super technical bike courses, and I remember seeing footage of him descending and I had to close my eyes. It was incredible. So another of our favourites just heading out there, the Green Devil, Thomas Steger of Austria. Of course, he is one of the favourites for the race today and absolutely will be the local favourite. Very, very strong bike rider. As I said earlier, he's not the greatest of swimmers, but 1 minute deficit, not so bad. I think he'll be reasonably happy with that. As we're back with our leader. Christophe de Kaiser from Belgium. I know he didn't come up on the screen as being the leader today, but he is definitely leading our race here in Walchsee. So he was our swim leader. So looking at the bike course here today, of course, 90 kilometres, 2-loop bike course through the Tyrol region, and it really is nothing short of spectacular. As I mentioned earlier, very undulating with a few quite challenging climbs, approximately 1,200 metres of elevation. Definitely suit the stronger riders today, but as I also mentioned earlier, it will also suit our technically superior riders. So as they say, what goes up must come down, and there are lots of very twisty, turny descents and corners in the course today that if you are not a technically superior rider, it is going to cost you time. It's an interesting fact about the area of Walchsee. It's only a very small town. I think it boasts around 2,000 people. Of course, we know for a fact that we've got at least, I think it's 1,500 competitors in today's middle distance event. So I would say that the population of Walchsee right now has significantly increased. I know that there is absolutely no accommodation left in and around town. And not only do we have the European Middle Distance Championships happening today, but we also have the aqua bike going ahead alongside the middle distance race today. A couple of days ago, we had the European Aquathon Championships as well, and we had the Junior Challenge also go ahead. So quite a few events happening in Walchsee this weekend and during the week. Just so great to see these triathlon festivals back in action over in Europe. I think I mentioned Germany then because we did get told quite recently that Challenge Roth, the biggest challenge event in the world, is looking good to go ahead in September. I think of any race that I've ever done in my 25 years in the sport, Challenge Roth, or Challenge Roth as us Aussies call it, is held dearest to my heart. So when we got the message that it's been given the green light to continue, I must admit I had a little cry at home because it is truly one of the most incredible events in the world. So as we go back to our leaderboard, as you can see, Christoph de Kaiser winning our swim out today. Ruben Zapunkter, our ex-pro bike rider from Germany, back in 14th place. Our favourite Frederick Funk in 3rd. Giulio Molinari down in 8th, another one of our favourites. Of course, Thomas Steger, local favourite, back down there in 19th. We are now down, waiting for our first of our professional females. We do expect it to be Sarah Perez and or Nicholas Burrick. Wait to see first look at our professional females. So we do know that Sarah Perez Sala was first out, with Spirig right on her feet. And they have got a very, very big gap over the rest of the professional women's field. So just to update you all, Sarah Perez led out of the swim today with Nicholas Spirig right on her heels. And it is a huge gap back to our next lot of professional females here today. So both Spirig and Perez have left T1, so they have left transition together. And they're already out onto their bikes. We know it's at least a good 100 metres plus. So 100 metres plus till the next professional female. As we go back to our professional men, we've got Frederick Funk there on the bike. As I said, huge advantage for Frederick today. He knows these roads very, very well. He was second place here. Loves to climb. He's a very good descender. We saw in his race in St. Polten where he pretty much led from beginning to end. He was able to really get himself a good gap on the bike. He rode beautifully on the bike in St. Polten, and then, of course, was able to get off and hold off any competitors on the run. No, Freddie's placed second here twice, and I'm sure he does not want a third second. I'm sure he is gunning for the win today. And as you can see, a lot of these roads are quite thin, very technical. As we now see more of our professional women exiting the swim. And we do know that both Spirig and Perez have a huge lead of the rest of our field here today. And what I'm waiting for is just to see what that time gap will be between our two lead females and the likes of Anne Haug. Of course, Anne Haug, our current Ironman world champion. And more recently, the winner at Challenge St. Polten a few weeks ago in a very close race with Imogen Simmons. I have to admit, Imogen Simmons had a really, really good event. A really good race. As we now see Annie Haug exiting transition. So it will be very interesting to see what that time gap is. I do expect Nicola Spirig to increase that time gap on the bike ride here today. Even though Annie Haug is a great bike rider herself, we do know that Nicola Spirig on this style of course, is really, really quick. And we do know that Annie Haug is herself a two-time Olympian, of course, 2012 in London and 2016 in Rio, along with Nicola Spirig, who I may add is now going for her 5th Olympic Games. Honestly, I can barely get my head around that. 5th Olympic Games. Seriously, in my eyes, Nicola Spirig will go down in history as being one of the most incredible all-round triathletes the world has ever seen. She was the gold medalist in London in 2012. She was the silver medalist in Rio in 2016. And I'm really looking forward to seeing her race yet again in Tokyo. As I said, 5th Olympic Games. Craziest thing is she's also the mother of 3. She has a degree in law, so a law degree. This woman is Superwoman. She's as close to Superwoman as you're going to get. As I mentioned earlier, these two women, Anne Haug and Nicola Spirig, have actually never met over this distance before, so over the middle distance. They last met at the PTO Champs last December at Challenge Daytona over the slightly shorter distance. Of course, Annie Haug finished second there to Paula Finlay, while Nicola admittedly didn't have one of her best races, finishing in 10th place. But I know for sure Nicola is coming into this event in very, very good form. Slightly different lead up to the Olympics than any other Olympic athlete. I know her coach, Brett Sutton, wanted her to do a long course or a longer course training race in her preparation for the Tokyo Olympics at the end of July. So she is definitely using this race here today as final preparations for her last slog into the Olympic Games. But it certainly doesn't seem to be doing her any harm, that's for sure. Of course, both these women have raced each other many, many times over the Olympic distance and sprint distance, world triathlon races around the world. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see. Obviously, if Annie Haug is able to run Nicola down, we know that Annie is definitely the strongest runner in the middle distance or Ironman distance racing around the world right now. Incredible to see the power that this young man, Frederick Funk, has. 23 years young, still an absolute baby in the sport, particularly in the sport of long distance triathlon. And these are the parts of the course where I think a lot of people can lose a lot of time if your technical skills or your bike handling skills are subpar. As we can see, Gabriela Zelinka of Hungary. Riding through one of the many beautiful little towns, the Tyrol area here, just out of Walchsee. Absolute cracking day here today. Now it's currently sitting at around 20 degrees Celsius. 9 o'clock in the morning, so still quite early. We do expect those temperatures to rise rapidly throughout the day. We are hearing that there is a little bit of cloud cover, so that will give the athletes a little bit of a reprieve, hopefully later on during the half marathon, 21.1 kilometre run. So we do know that Sarah Perez and Nicola Spirig are already more than 5 kilometres into the bike ride. We know that their lead over Anne Haug is at about 3 minutes 21. So Anne Haug, 3 minutes 21, back from our two leading females, Nicola Spirig and Sarah Perez Sala. Fourth, we've got Laura Jansen. Fifth, Marta Bernardi from Italy. And of course, sixth, who we just saw up on we can see on our screen now, Gabriela Zelinka. So right in front of Gabriela Zelinka is Marta Bernardi from Italy. And Marta Bernardi was recently third at Challenge Riccione.
choose sport. Choose sport. Every morning at 5. Every weekend and weekday. Whenever you feel it, choose energy. The sweetness of nature. Choose sport. Choose the sun on your skin and the taste of the air. Choose passion. Choose exercise, outside and inside, on all sides of life. Choose ache. Choose relief. Taste the water, the rain, the dust, and your sweat. Choose your team. Choose happiness. And the taste we all know. The taste of sport.
And welcome back to the 2021 European Middle Distance Championships at Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee. My name is Belinda Granger, and I am very, very happy to have you all here today. I am in my little studio, my bedroom, back here in Noosa, Australia, wishing that I was over in this magnificent part of the world, over in Walchsee in Austria, as we go back to our professional men's race on the bike, as we can see the German. Let me have a look here. So I can't get too close. It does look like Zapunkt, but I can't quite get his number. But the reason I think it looks like Ruben Zapunkt is because he's taking these corners like an ex-pro cyclist that he is. As you can see, incredible pictures of the bike course here today. Truly one of the most spectacular courses, as we are looking at Annie Haug now. So Annie Haug on her brand new gold Cervelo. And of course, back to Ruben Zapunkt on the bike. Going to be very, very difficult throughout this course for the motorbikes to actually keep up with the likes of Ruben. Very, very accomplished cyclist. Coming from a professional cycling background, has been in the sport of triathlon now since I think about 2017, 2018, so still very, very young in terms of triathlon. As you can now see, Frederick Funk is in front with Giulio Molinari of Italy right behind. Both themselves very, very strong bike riders. Giulio Molinari has won here on 3 occasions, one of those occasions also being the European Middle Distance Championship. So I know he's very, very happy to be back here again today. He did mention at the press conference a couple of days ago that was going to be very, very difficult for him to win this title again, because there are some incredible athletes here today that he will have to either cycle down or run down or keep ahead of them all. But he's in great company right now with Frederick Funk, who we know is in scintillating form, having recently come off a win at St. Polten, where he practically led from the beginning and never looked back. Back to Annie Haug. We know Annie Haug is currently sitting in 3rd place behind Nicolas Spirig and Sara Perez of Spain. She was out of the water around just under 3.5 minutes. I think it was around that 3:21 mark. So that is quite a bit of time to make up. But we know if anyone can do that, it's the likes of Annie, incredible runner. definitely a very strong cyclist as well. And I have to say, it's really great to see Giulio Molinari back racing. Of course, he has not had the easiest of times. Unfortunately, his wife did pass away, and I know that it was a truly horrendous time for Giulio. I follow Giulio on Instagram, and I know that it was a very, very tough time in his life, and I'm sure something that he'll never, ever get over. But it is great to see him back doing what he does best, back on the race field, back racing. As we see some of our para-tri athletes heading into T1. Always so amazing to see these athletes take on the swim, bike and run here. Of course, big titles for them all. Up on the line today, being crowned European middle distance champion. As I said, it's a sold-out event. Obviously, with COVID regulations and protocols that are in place, they had to have a limited field this year of 1,500 athletes. They sold out fairly quickly. But just so impressive to see this setup that Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee Kaiserwinkl Challenge family and, of course, World Triathlon are putting on here this weekend. In fact, festivities started midway through the week, I believe, with the European Aquathon champs. And of course, now we have the middle distance champs and the aqua bike. As I said, one of the most exciting things for me personally today is seeing Annie Haug and Nicholas Spirig as we go to a little interview that we had on Annie Haug earlier this week.
Ich habe mir natürlich Standard vorgenommen, ein gutes Rennen zu machen. Natürlich schiele ich auf die Medaillen, deswegen bin ich hier. Ich bin immer am Start, weil ich mein Bestes geben will. Und dann möchte man natürlich auch ziemlich weit oben landen. Ich bin das erste Mal hier am Walchsee. Ich war vor 3 Wochen in Österreich, in St. Pölten am Start. Von daher scheint Österreich ein ganz gutes Pflaster dieses Jahr für mich zu sein. Ich meine, das ist halt Europameisterschaft und es ist ein Meisterschaftsrennen und es kommt auf den einen Tag an und da wird der Beste gewinnen und sich da gegenseitig die Favoritenrolle hin und her zu schieben, davon wird es ja auch nicht besser und ich würde auch die Sarah Perez-Sala nicht unterschätzen, weil die wird erstmal ganz vorne sein und dann wird sich natürlich zeigen, wie weit ist jeder weg und ich würde auch den Nikola nicht unterschätzen, weil ich meine, ein Rennen, das man einfach ohne Druck macht, kann man ja befreit rennen, weil einfach der Fokus auf was anderes liegt. Das ist ja nicht immer von Nachteil. Von daher, also Nikola würde ich auf keinen Fall unterschätzen und ich freue mich auf ein richtig spannendes, gutes Duell, weil ich da richtig Bock drauf habe und ich hoffe, dass wir einfach ein gutes Show liefern können.
And of course, that was our press conference, professional athletes press conference earlier in the week with Annie Haug, one of the most professional women you will ever meet, and also one of the nicest women you will ever meet. I was over at Challenge Miami earlier in the year in March, and of course, Anne was racing there. Unfortunately, Anne tested positive for COVID and was forced into compulsory hotel quarantine, and then, of course, had to go home, not being able to race, being stuck in a hotel for 2 weeks. But she handled it like an absolute superstar, never once complained, never once did the wrong thing, just took it head on. Even post-race, was so incredibly thankful for the help that the team from Challenge Miami gave her, in particular Bill Christie. But I often think about if it was me and I was in that situation, if I would be able to handle it as well as Anne Haug did. But you know, kudos to Anne because she's an absolute pro and we are lucky to have her in the sport of triathlon. Of course, different scenario right now as she is currently in 3rd place behind Nicholas Spirig and Sarah Perez. So we see more of our athletes heading out of transition and onto what can be described as one of the most spectacular bike courses in the world. We're back with Giulio Molinari, currently in third position. In second position, just in front of him, is Frederick Funk of Germany. And we do believe that De Kaiser of Belgium is still leading the race here today. He's not showing up on our live timing. We believe there may be an issue with his timing chip. It's either fallen off or just not working. We will try to find out what's going on there and where he is. So we can see a great shot of Annie Haug head on. So you can see a lot of climbing in the course today. We will be seeing our athletes in and out of the saddle, in and out of their error bars a lot of the time. About 1,200 metres of elevation throughout the course today. Two-loop course, as I mentioned earlier, 2 lots of 45-kilometre loops. And we do know that it is a very, very technical bike course today. Okay, so we have just been told, we have been given an update. De Kaiser's chip is now working and he is indeed not leading the race anymore. Our leaders are right here, right now. Our cameramen are on our leaders, so leading as expected, Frederick Funk of Germany, our young 23-year-old superstar in the making, followed by Giulio Molinari. So great to see Giulio having such a great race so early on. So we are here back with our leaders. In today's race, we have got Frederick Funk of Germany leading with Giulio Molinari desperately trying to stay with Frederick Funk. That elastic band seems to be just starting to snap, I have to admit. And as you can see, one of the very technical sections of this bike ride today. And we do know that this is really going to fall into the hands of Frederick Funk. He loves this bike course. He knows these roads very, very well, living just over the border in Germany. His dad, Harold Funk, was also an extremely strong bike rider. As I said, I raced Frederick's mum many, many times. Heike Funk, also a very, very strong bike rider. So you put those two together and voila. There is no way that Frederick Funk was not going to be a strong bike rider. Beautiful conditions on course. We've been told still very, very little wind. So we are expecting to see fast times. Now, when I talk about fast times, I'm talking about fast times for this particular course. It is not a fast course. As you can see, our top 3 men up on the screen right now. So about a minute back to Nicholas Mann, also of Germany. Germans seem to do very, very well here in Challenge-Walchsee. Last year's champion, Maurice Clavel, also of Germany. They ride through several little towns like this with quite sharp corners. So very, very technical. As we go back to our para-triathletes into T1. course, it's going to be fantastic to see later in the year in Tokyo at the Olympic Games to see all of our para-triathletes racing there. As we go back to our leader, Frederick Funk, having an incredible race. This is almost textbook to what he did a couple of weeks ago in St. Polten, where he had a very, very strong swim, getting out of the water in about the top 5, and then, of course, taking the lead on the bike very, very early on and never, ever looking back. Of course, Frederick Funk is in Team Erdinger. They always seem to have such strong athletes in their team. But I dare say Frederick is right where he wants to be right now. You can see all the mountains, most incredible backdrop. And of course, Walchsee itself is at the foothills of the Kaiser Ranges. And the state of Tyrol, absolutely beautiful today. So if we go to our leaders book, obviously we've been watching Frederick Funk and Giulio Molinari, but I haven't spoken much about Nicholas Mann, who's in 3rd. Now, Nicholas Mann was actually the athlete that I thought originally was Ruben Zapunkt, but it was Nicholas Mann. He is one of the youngest athletes in the field at about 21 years of age. Very, very strong athlete, and obviously huge future ahead of him. Of course, his coach is Wolfram Bott, who's the former coach of the infamous Raylett brothers, both Andy and Mickey Raylett. So again, it's looking likely that we're following the German tradition. They do love this race, and they do race exceptionally well on this course. Of course, we do know the Germans are renowned for their biking, and they are showing that here today with both Frederick Funk and Nicholas Mann up the pointy end of the field. And we have been told that Ruben Zapunkt, the ex-pro bike rider, also from Germany, has now made his way up into 4th. So we now have 3 Germans in the top 4 in our pro men's race here today. And if we go look back at our women's race, our professional women, we know Nicola Spirig has now got a good 35 to 45 seconds over Sarah Perez. So she has definitely broken away from Sarah. We know that Spirig and Perez were out of the water together, but Nicola has now managed to break away from Sarah, as we predicted, and now holds about a 35 to 45 second, as you can see Perez now. One of the most aero athletes in the world. I said this when I saw her at Challenge Miami earlier in the year, where she finished 4th. Of course, her position around the track, the NASCAR track in Miami, it honestly blew me away. She is so aero, and I just kept thinking there's no way that she's going to be able to run off this bike, but she did, and of course was able to finish 4th in Miami. So a terrific race for Sarah Perez in Miami. She swam on Lucy Charles Barclay's feet, which is an absolute feat in itself. There are not too many women in the world that can do that. In fact, there are not too many men in the world that can do that. She went on to get off the bike right up at the front and managed to hold on to 4th place during the run. So great little athlete. And currently holding 2nd place here today, around 45 seconds behind Nicola Spirig. Of course, we know Sarah Perez, a former Olympic level swimmer. But what a lot of people don't realise is she was also a UCI Continental Team Road Cyclist in 2020. 4th in March at Challenge Miami, and then more recently she was 6th at Challenge Gran Canaria. Of course, that was a race that Nicola Spirig won. And we know Nicola is definitely increasing her lead. Oh, perfect timing. There she is. So Nicola Spirig would be absolutely eating this bike course up. This is perfect conditions for Nicola. Of course, Nicola's in her final prep for Tokyo, her 5th Olympic Games, which is just incredible to think, even to think about 5 Olympic Games. It's madness. Of course, dominating the race here now. She now has around a 4-minute lead over Anne Haug, currently sitting in 3rd. So she's managed to increase that lead that she had out of the swim. And is now sitting around that 4-minute mark. And I do expect her to increase this again over the 2-lap bike course here today. Of course, Nicola is no stranger to the mountains. Of course, lives in Switzerland, trains in St. Moritz, does a lot of training in Gran Canaria as well. So is definitely used to climbing and descending. And for sure has one of the best set of bike skills that I've ever laid eyes on. So incredible all-round athlete. And what will be interesting is obviously Nicola, being Swiss, is vying for a spot, a wildcard spot on Team Europe for the Collins Cup. She's not ranked in the top 4, so there'll be no automatic qualification for Nicola, but it will be very, very interesting to see if she is picked for the team. I know Chrissy Wellington is the team captain for Team Europe, along with Norman Stadler, and I'm sure they're looking very, very closely at this race here today. As we go back to our leader, Frederick Funk from Germany. I saw a picture that Frederick put up after he won St. Polten. It was a picture of him as a little boy getting Chris McCormack, who had just won St. Polten, getting his autograph signed. And honestly, Frederick looked like he was about 6 years of age. He looked very, very young, and it was a really gorgeous photo. Of course, Macca obliging and signing an autographed card for Frederick Funk. I know Macca would be looking now and thinking, wow, this young man has the goods to be an absolute superstar. And looking at Nicola take these corners, unbelievable. I know she's been doing a lot of practice. She's been doing a lot of specific sessions where that's all they're doing is just the technical aspects of cornering in preparation for the Olympic Games in Tokyo. And I think it's really going to pay off here today. See Frederick starting one of the climbs. 1,200 metres of elevation throughout the course today. It will be good to get a split back to Thomas Steger and also to Rudy Wild. They are two of our other favourites here today. We know that both athletes are capable of winning here today. But so far, Frederick Funk doesn't seem to have anyone pushing him at the moment except for himself. Looks like he has managed to drop Giulio Molinari, who's now, I think, around 30 seconds back.
Und ich darf mich das erste Mal heute von der Challenge Walchsee Kaiserwinkel live aus der Wechselzone melden. Seit, ich weiß nicht, neben mir steht ja Andreas Klingler, der Hauptchef, der OK-Chef. Seit wann ist sie eigentlich schon auf den Beinen heute, Andreas?
Ja, es ist gestern schon ein bisschen länger geworden und wir sind seit 4 Uhr in der Früh morgens unterwegs, aber wir waren gut vorbereitet, deswegen nicht die ganze Nacht arbeiten müssen.
Das Wetter passt, es hat keine Gewitter gegeben, aber man ist trotzdem unter Anspannung, also man ist trotzdem irgendwie unter Strom. Jetzt läuft der Bewerb. Hast du Augen für das, was Sportliche läuft, oder kümmerst du dich rein um die Organisation?
Also ich kümmere mich eigentlich rein um die Organisation, wobei da alles natürlich dazugehört. Wir sind ein kleines Team, wo man natürlich viele Sachen machen muss, aber jetzt die sportliche Geschichte läuft eigentlich über den Verband, über den internationalen Verband mit ihren Referees. Also wir handeln rundherum alles andere.
Jetzt ist die Challenge Walchsee an einem Ort und ich habe das gestern, wie ich angekommen bin, gemerkt, das ist ein ganz kleiner Ort, ich weiß nicht, 400, 500 Einwohner, größer ist, glaube ich, Walchsee nicht. Und auf einmal kommen 1600 Athleten und 1500 Begleitpersonen, die dann diesen Ort bevölkern. Da ist zugegangen wie ein Groß-Event. Es ist ein Groß-Event, aber das ist zugegangen, das ist für den Ort ein Wahnsinn hier.
Für den Ort ist es ein Wahnsinn natürlich, wobei es ein bisschen größer wie die 400, 500. Aber natürlich, wir haben einen kleinen Platz und natürlich in Zeiten wie diesen eine große Herausforderung, weil mit den Abstandsregeln und den ganzen Dingen, auch mit den Rädern, ist es extrem schwierig. Und wir haben natürlich gewisse Punkte, wo es Kreuzungspunkte gibt, die man normalerweise in der Organisation immer vermeiden will, aber heuer nicht machen hat können aufgrund der Abstandsregeln. Gell? Aber wie gesagt, es wurlt, gestern war es ein Wahnsinn, ein Ameisenhaufen. Aber die Leute da sind froh, dass genau in der Rennwoche immer relativ viel los ist oder sehr viel los ist und freuen sich immer wieder auf die Triathleten.
Es ist ein unglaublich schönes Ambiente hier. Also die Gegend ist ein Traum eigentlich für einen Triathlon. Kleiner See, schöner See. Hinter uns Burls von den Age-Group-Athleten und da geht es jetzt auch schon richtig zur Sache in der Wechselzone. Wenn es dann heute Abend wird sich der Andreas Klingler wohl ein Bier gönnen.
Ich glaube und ich finde hoffentlich Zeit auch nach der Siegerehrung auf ein Bier zu trinken. Ja, natürlich. Ich hoffe jetzt aber, dass es unfallfrei abgeht. Es schaut momentan gut aus. Unfälle können nicht mehr passieren, aber ich glaube, das Rennen läuft sehr gut. Wir haben keine Probleme irgendwo. Deswegen hoffe ich, dass keiner stürzt oder keiner verletzt zurückkommt und wir dann wirklich ein Bier ganz ohne Sorgen trinken können.
Was mich jetzt noch interessieren würde, jetzt haben wir 1600 Athleten hier. Wie viele freiwillige Helfer sind notwendig, um dieses Event hier umzusetzen?
Also wir haben jetzt am Renntag haben wir jetzt ungefähr 350 Helfer. Es hilft uns, dass der Komplex, der ganze Radstrecke und alles komprimiert ist. Und da hilft uns natürlich auch ein bisschen die Strecke, dass wir weniger auskommen. Im Vorfeld natürlich sehr viele Leute, gerade der Aufbau und so. Da hilft uns der Tourismus, die Gemeinde, Freunde von mir aus Rot, von der Challenge Rot, die immer wieder da sein, die alles wissen, wie es funktioniert. Also wir sind in der Aufbauphase um die 30 Leute, die das Ganze auf die Beine stellen.
Dann sagen wir Danke und hoffen, dass es unfallfrei und reibungsfrei weitergeht. Danke, Andreas Klingler, und Gratulation zu dieser tollen Veranstaltung. Großartig, was hier auf die Beine gestellt wird. And for the English commentators, a little summary of this interview with Andreas Klingler. He's the OC chief of the Challenge Kaiserwinkl, the European Championships here in Walchsee. He is till 4 o'clock in the morning on his feet and organizing this event with 350 volunteers here, and he's happy that he can organize this event due to COVID restrictions here in Austria. So thank you, and back to the commentators.
Of course, Andreas Klinger and his lovely wife, Ilona Klinger, have been in charge of Challenge Walchsee for many, many years now. Two terrific people that are doing an incredible job and continue to do an incredible job for the Challenge family name. As we're back with our leaders, Frederick Funk. We do know that Rubens Zapunkter from Germany has now made his way into third place, so he has overtaken Nicholas Mann out on the bike. He is now currently sitting just around a minute 9, a minute 10 behind our leader, Frederick Funk, so he is probably the only rider in the group that is catching, that is riding faster than Frederick Funk right now, as expected, being an ex-pro cyclist that he is. We do know that Nicola Spirig is continuing to increase her lead over the rest of the field. We know Sarah Perez is just over a minute, about a minute 10 behind now, while Anne Haug is sitting at 4:04. Lena Berlinger of Germany back at 5 minutes down, and of course Marta Bernardi of Italy at about 5:13 back. So all of these women riding very, very well now. It's always a little deceptive against Nicola Spirig because she is just so superior on a course like this. Her technical skills, her climbing skills, and of course riding her road bike with clip-ons, which will be her setup, of course, for the Olympic Games, while all of our other women are on pure time trial bikes. Nicola did the exact same thing in Challenge Gran Canaria, where she took the win, convincingly took the win. Does not seem to affect her at all. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, she is using this race as a lead-up race to the Olympic Games, so it does not surprise me at all that she is going to be on the same setup that she would be on for Tokyo. Truly one of the greats of our sport. You can see a lot of winding, very thin farm roads here on the course today. Huge advantage if you actually know the course, as we know Frederick Funk does. It's a huge advantage. Most of the athletes have been here all week and have gone over the course. Being a two-loop course, very easy for them to do an entire loop leading into the race, onto race day. We do know this is the first time that Nicola Spirig has been to Walchsee to race, so she's experiencing it all for the first time. Whereas we know Frederick Funk has raced here twice before. Of course, finishing second on both occasions. As we can see Diedericks of the Netherlands on the bike right now. Of course, later in the year, in September, we do have the World Triathlon Long Course Championships in Challenge Almere in the Netherlands. Another huge event coming up in mid-September. Just so great to see events back up and happening in Europe. Very few events were able to go ahead last year, obviously because of COVID. But it does seem to be opening back up, slowly but surely. We've had quite a few events already. Challenge Gran Canaria, Challenge Riccione, and of course more recently Challenge St. Polten. Oh, a little spot of golf. Why not on a Sunday morning? Perfect day for golf. Oh, talk about the pressure. No, thank you. Oh, not bad. Of course, this is a position that Frederick Funk likes to be in, out front on his own, with no one else around him. We know he did exactly the same a few weeks ago in St. Polten. I saw a pre-race interview with Frederick where he said he was feeling very, very confident. He was in very, very good form, injury-free, sickness-free. So coming into this race, really wanting to go one better than what he's done in the past. And so far, so good for Frederick Funk here today. Great to see Nicola out of the saddle, really attacking these climbs. It's going to be very, very interesting, obviously, once Nicola is done with the Olympics in July. We know that she is part of Team Phoenix and that they are looking at the sub-8 record next year. So Nicola, along with Lucy Charles-Barclay, are looking to break that magical sub-8 barrier in the full-distance triathlon. Great to see that the PTO have also got behind that, so they're going to help support that venture. We know with the men it's going to be sub-7. So we know that once the Olympics are done for Nicola, she will be turning to the longer distance. And I'm definitely going to be very excited to see just what Nicola can do over the longer distances. Because really up till about now, she's been using the middle distance or the half distance for training purposes only, which is quite scary to think because she's been winning races as well, even though they are technically only training races for her. So we're now currently 1 hour, 23 minutes into today's race. So many things up for grabs today, including Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee champion, European middle distance champion, valuable points towards the Collins Cup, the PTO Collins Cup, automatic slots into the championship at X-Bionic Sphere in Slovakia. And of course, one that I didn't mention earlier was the Challenge Family World Bonus, the end of year world bonus, worth $150,000 US. So for all of our professional athletes out today, they're able to earn valuable points towards this bonus. Of course, it's their best of 6 challenge events throughout the year. And their chance to take a good slice of that $150,000 US. with the last race being in December at Clash Daytona. You see beautiful shots of the lake. This is a really super fast section of the course. So we see more of our age group athletes heading out onto their bikes. As I said, 1,500 athletes out there today. It was a sold-out event, or it is a sold-out event. Usually we would be able to have a few more people, a few more athletes out on the course, but obviously with the strict COVID rules in play right now, 1,500 was the magical number. But regardless of the number, just so great to see the race going ahead. Great conditions today. Looks like we've got a little bit more cloud cover over us right now. I mean, this morning it was very, very sunny, no cloud cover. And I was genuinely a little bit worried for these the Europeans, who aren't as used to that hot sun as us Aussies are. So great to see a little bit of cloud cover, which will definitely help our athletes once they hit that run. Of course, second lap of the bike course gets a little more technical for our athletes, as we have many of our age group athletes out on course. So it's going to be very, very important for all athletes to keep their wits about them as the course gets a little more crowded. Not the case for Nicola Spirig right now, though, who has this course entirely to herself. Beautiful clear roads as Spirig continues to increase her lead over the rest of the females. Sarah Perez still in second, and Anne Haug holding third. All of them losing time to Nicola Spirig. Of course, the last update we were given out on course, Spirig holding a 1 minute 33 lead over Perez and a 4:25 lead over Anne Haug, with Marta Bernardi holding fourth, Lena Berlinger in fifth, and of course Gabriela Zelinka in sixth. And welcome back to the 2021 European Middle Distance Championships here in Challenge Walchsee. Pictures of the stunning bike course here today as we take you back to our lead female, Nicola Spirig of Switzerland. Well and truly taking control of this race. Really, she started doing so as soon as she exited the swim. Continues to increase her lead over Perez and Haug. We know that for our pro men, Frederick Funk leading our men's race is now through 45 kilometres on the bike. But the big mover in the pro men's field is definitely Ruben Zepunkt from Germany, the ex-pro bike rider, who is now only 50 seconds down on Frederick Funk. He's made up an incredible amount of time since he exited the swim. We know Giulio Molinari is desperately trying to stay with Zapunkt on the bike. Of course, in fourth, Gregory Barnaby and Nicholas Mann, in fourth and fifth, with Luca Hurd holding sixth in the professional men's race today. Nicholas Spierig using this race as a bit of a hit out in her quest for a third Olympic medal in Tokyo. Of course, she already has a gold and a silver to her name. And a really cool thing about the Olympics this year in Tokyo is they will also have the mixed relay for the first time ever. And thanks to a great race by Team Swiss the other weekend, they did qualify. So Nicola will not only be racing the individual triathlon at Tokyo, she will be racing in the mixed relay. So possibility of bringing home 2 medals, which would truly be incredible. So our top 3 men are all through the halfway mark, so they've all completed lap 1 and are now on to lap 2. We know that our lead female, Nicola Spierig, is probably about 5 kilometres away from completing lap 1 of the 2-lap course here today. I've been told by my team on the ground that the conditions are absolutely perfect. There's very, very little wind. As I mentioned earlier, the clouds have started to come over, which is just giving that bit of relief from the sun. They've had very, very hot conditions here in Walchsee this week, with temps hovering around 28 to 32 degrees Celsius during the day. But with this cloud cover, it's not looking likely that it's going to get that high. I think they mentioned 26 to 28 degree high. And you can see now on the course, very, very technical part of the course here, particularly now that we've got all of our age group athletes out there. You can see that if you lose concentration even for a second, it could spell disaster for your race. So really important right now for Funk to be right on his game, to make sure that he knows exactly where he's going and what he's doing. Whereas Spierig still has the roads all to herself. She hasn't caught the age group athletes yet. Of course, Nicola about to start her second lap, and our age group athletes literally just starting their first lap. So we do know that Spierig will eventually catch these age group athletes, but for now, fantastic conditions for Spierig on the bike. She doesn't need to worry about a thing except for herself. And that truly makes a huge difference when it comes to the mental side of racing. If you compare Spierig's race right now to Funk, both leading the races, Funk's just got that extra little bit of stress right now, having to weave through quite a few age group athletes. And just having that little bit of extra stress, it definitely takes something away. Just zaps that little bit of extra energy. Also that little bit of frustration when you get stuck behind some age group athletes. Of course, earlier this week we had the European Aquathon Championships. So that was the first race to start the festivities here this week in Walchsee. And of course, our European male and female Aquathon champions were crowned. And I do believe we have a little clip from this race earlier in the week coming up shortly.
Die Europameisterschaft heuer zum zweiten Mal, also nach 2016. Die Leute, glaube ich, kommen gern daher, aber es ist natürlich nochmal eine größere Herausforderung, weil die Ansprüche natürlich der Offiziellen und so und mit den Elite-Athleten natürlich um einiges höher ist wie beim normalen Rennen.
I'm very proud of the organization of this race. The location is great.
Die Strecke hier um See ist wunderschön. Also das macht wirklich Spaß und da hat man, glaube ich, auch eine schnelle Zeit, wenn man so mit Freude dabei ist.
Es war wieder ein Wettkampf nach 2 Jahren und ich bin super happy.
Lauter glückliche Gesichter, schöner Auftakt auch für dieses Europameisterschaftswochenende, das wir hier jetzt erleben werden, auch dann noch mit großen Rennen am Wochenende. Ja, wir sind alle sehr zufrieden und glücklich.
And welcome back to the European Middle Distance Championships as we pan back to Nicola Spierig, our professional female leader here today, doing an absolutely superb job so far, increasing her lead. She's almost at the halfway mark, so she's about 41, 42 kilometres into the race here today. Lap 1 is almost complete. As you can see, she still has clear roads to herself. She continues to increase that gap over the rest of the field. Having an incredible race here today, or as we should say, training race here today as she prepares for the Olympics in Tokyo, the end of July. I know her coach Brett Sutton wanted her to get one last longer hit out. It was funny when I received the email from Nicola to say that she wanted to race challenge Walchsee. I thought she had something wrong. I'm like, do you know when it is? You do realise it's really close to the Olympics? She said, yeah. And then of course she was, you know Sutto, and I'm like, yep, I know Sutto. So this does not surprise me at all. And it certainly doesn't seem to be doing her any harm. In fact, it's the exact opposite. And it just seems to make her even stronger than she already is, if that's even possible. Frederick Funk leading our men's race here today, as he has done so since the very, very early stages of the bike ride. We do know there is currently only one male on course that is riding faster than Funk right now, and that's Ruben Zepunkt, also from Germany, ex-pro cyclist. And right now we know that Nicola is onto the second lap of the bike ride today. As we said, 2-lap bike ride here today in Walchsee, 2 45-kilometre loops. So while Nicola had the first loop all to herself, she is now definitely going to have to share it with the many, many age group athletes that are out on course. Of course, these age group athletes also vying for European middle distance champion in their age group. Very prestigious title to have. It's great news to see Walchsee Challenge family working alongside World Triathlon. Two really incredible organisations, and from what I've been told down on ground, it's been faultless so far. Obviously, a lot different organising race events in this era than it was back in 2019. So much more detail, so many more protocols in place, obviously because of COVID. And I've seen firsthand just how difficult it is to get an event up and off the ground. So it makes me smile from ear to ear when I see an event like this take place. Speaking to some of my team down on the ground just minutes ago, and one of the comments was, if ever there was perfect race conditions, this is it. That was the exact words. So this is it. It's not looking likely now that the temps are going to reach what they originally thought. They originally thought that they were going to get up to around that 30-degree mark, 30 degrees Celsius. But with the cloud cover coming over now, very little wind, the conditions are quite mild and perfect for racing. So as you can see up on the screen, Ruben Zapunkt literally only 18 seconds in arrears now to Frederick Funk. We knew from the beginning that Ruben was going to destroy this bike course. Being a former pro cyclist, we know he's very, very strong. We know he's technically incredible, particularly on a course of this nature. As is this young woman, Nicola Spirig. So we do know that Sarah Perez is now just over 3 minutes behind Spirig, our leader, with Anne Haug now 5 minutes 17 down. So that time is opening up. It's not opening up drastically, but it is definitely opening up. Of course, Sarah Perez still having a great ride here today. Yes, she has lost time to our leader, Spirig. We expected that, but she is still holding her own to the rest of the field. Of course, Perez, I would say, the most aero athlete out on course today. She's got an absolutely beautiful position on the bike. And really quite interesting to see the difference. You've got Spirig here on her road bike with clip-ons as compared to Perez, who is on her time trial frame. In a very, very aero position. Not to say that Nicola Spirig is not aero, but definitely very different setups here today. We know that Nicola is on her road bike because she is prepping for Tokyo, and that will be the setup that she will be using at the Olympics later next month. As we see a shot of Annie Haug. We know behind Annie at about 6.5 minutes back is Marta Bernardi of Italy. Lena Berlinger is riding with Marta. They are both about 6.5 minutes back. Of course, then we've got Gabriella Zelinka in 6th and Giorgia Prioroni, also of Italy, just under 7 minutes back from our leader, Spirig. I have to say it's really great to see Svenja Toes out there. Svenja hasn't raced for over a year and a half, so this is her first race in a long, long time. And Svenja raced Walchsee back in 2019, where she placed third. So great to see Svenja back out on the racecourse again, and of course back at Walchsee. Just talking about Spirig, this race is looking very, very similar to her race that she had earlier in the year in Gran Canaria, Challenge Gran Canaria. Very similar bike course, quite technical, very undulating. Of course, Nicola set herself up for the win on the bike, but she also had a fantastic half marathon there as well. This is where it gets a little bit tricky, trying to pass the age group athletes. Of course, Nicola doing it with ease. It's going to be very interesting to see just what type of lead Spirig has off the bike.
The feeling down here is electric. It is going to be rocking in just a few minutes.
This incredible event is underway in Miami.
And welcome back to the European Middle Distance Championships at Challenge Walchsee. We are here on the bike with our lead male, Freddie Funk. Of course, both Frederick's parents were professional triathletes in their day. Back in my day, I should say. So we're talking many moons ago now, but both fantastic athletes. Harold Funk, Fred's father, was a very, very strong bike rider, as was his mum, Heike. I had many the battle against Heike. I was just lucky that Heike couldn't quite swim as fast as me. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble, because Heike was definitely a terrific bike runner. Very, very strong, just like his son. And I'm sure both are very, very proud of what they're watching here or witnessing here today. It's going to be very interesting once Ruben Zapunkt catches Frederick Funk. He's been out front all day long, so an hour 47 now into the race. We have Zapunkt only 10 seconds down on Frederick Funk. I'm sure he might even be happy for a bit of company. And of course, on paper, Frederick Funk is definitely the better runner of the two. I was really, really impressed with the way that Frederick Funk ran at St. Polten. And he's renowned for being a strong bike rider, but his run in St. Polten was just as fantastic. So he seems to be in very, very good run form as well. Of course, Ruben Zapunkt still learning, hasn't been in the sport of triathlon for that long. So as I just mentioned, it will be interesting to see what Funk will do once Ruben Zapunkt catches him on the bike, whether he'll try and go with him for the remainder of the bike ride. And of course, Giulio Molinari now still in third place. So Giulio Molinari of Italy still holding third. He's about just over a minute back. And And then, of course, it's about a 3:45-minute gap back to fourth place, Gregory Barnaby and Nicholas Mann. It's a beautiful part of the course right now. Frederick Funk looking very, very comfortable on the bike. We know he knows these roads very, very well. He's done a lot of training here in Austria. He lives just over the border himself in Germany. So he gets to ride these roads often. Definitely makes a big difference, particularly when it starts to get a little crowded as it is now. You can see he's got the confidence to stay down on his error bars. This particular section of the course is very, very undulating. Beautiful part of the course right there. I remember when I first came to Europe way back in, I think it was 2004. And of course, coming from Australia, we just don't have roads like this, tiny little back roads. And I found it very, very difficult my first few years racing in Germany and in Europe. I mean, obviously biking was my strength, but I really found it quite tough. It took me a long time, a good 2 years, till I had the confidence to actually ride or race on these courses. I mean, riding on the courses was okay, but it's a different kettle of fish when you actually want to race on them. And I really had to, I had to practice a lot. And that's when I decided, my husband and I decided that we needed to base ourselves in Europe so that I could actually get good chunks of training done on these sorts of roads, just so I had the confidence come race day. As you can see, just how effortlessly Nicholas Berg takes these corners. This bike course takes them through many small towns. It actually reminds me a lot of the Challenge Roth course, where I think Challenge Roth, I think you go through something like 15 towns every lap. So if you're not confident on your bike, you can imagine the time that could be lost. So we do know that Ruben Sepunkt is getting close to our leader, Frederick Funk. The time is coming down. It's not coming down that quickly. So we were at 10 seconds. I think we're about 7 seconds now. And I've been given a report out on course that it's now down to about 5 seconds. So it is inevitable that Sepunkt will be catching Funk shortly. But I dare say it will be an advantage for Funk, because he'll be able to, what we say is share the love right now up front. Frederick Funk's been up front all day by himself. It'll be great to have a little bit of company, and particularly when it's the likes of Uber cyclist Ruben Sepunkt. It's quite incredible, because I look at Frederick Funk and I think he's taking these corners exceptionally well. But my sources out on course are telling me that Sepunkt's taking them twice as quickly. So that just gives you some sort of an idea of the caliber rider of Sepunkt. He really is quite incredible. I've seen footage of him descending the bike course in Challenge at Davos, and it's truly a sight to behold. And of course, Challenge Davos, another one of our races coming up soon. Another absolutely beautiful venue. Of course, they had a little bit of bad luck last year with a huge thunderstorm coming through, basically shutting the race down. Let's hope they get similar conditions to what we're seeing here today. Nothing but sunshine and blue skies. They deserve it, that's for sure. Of course, Nicola Spirig looking at textbook, doing it absolutely perfectly here today, as we knew she would. She continues to increase her lead over Perez, who's now at about just around that 4-minute mark back, with Annie Haug just around that 5-minute mark back. So there's a minute between Perez and Haug. Of course, Spirig up front looking ridiculously comfortable. I've known Spirig for many, many years. Way back when I used to train in Switzerland, and we're talking a long, long time ago now. And it blows my mind to see that this woman is still at the top of her game, about to head off for her 5th Olympics. And she does it without fuss. It's just incredible. Also has 3 children at home. Husband Rito, who's been her biggest support for many, many years now, as has her father. In fact, one of the greatest photos I saw this week was Spirig going over the course, doing a bit of recon on the course with her dad. Of course, her dad is also an avid triathlete, so great to see her dad there with her, cruising over the Walchsee course. I know her father's been there the entire way, through the entire journey of Nicola Spirig. Just looking effortless right now, really, really effortless. So even though the timing up on screen shows Zapunkt at 12 seconds back, we do know that he has indeed caught Funk. So Ruben Zapunkt and Frederick Funk are riding together. With Molinari of Italy about a further, I think he's around 2 minutes behind right now, so it won't be long now before we can see Ruben Zapunkt. See beautiful shots of the countryside here. Stunning day here in Walchsee, Austria. Perfect race conditions. Of course, they've been perfect race conditions since the very start. Beautiful flat conditions on the lake. Non-wetsuit swim for our pros here today. Water temps just under that 23-degree mark, so of course making it a wetsuit illegal, so no wetsuits for our professional athletes today. Our age group athletes were able to wear wetsuits, well being optional wetsuits for our age group athletes. So both of our leaders right now looking very, very comfortable. And just looking at the time splits behind both our male and female race, it's looking very, very hard to find any athletes that are going to be able to run the likes of Funk down with the lead that he's currently got. Of course, nothing is impossible. And of course, we have Annie Haug, the greatest runner in long-distance triathlon, currently sitting in third place behind Nicholas Spirig, but we also know that Spirig is no slouch on the run, so it's going to take something really incredible from Annie Haug to catch Nicholas Spirig from here. I just don't see it happening, and that's a big call to make. But Spirig just looks so comfortable and so in control. And we know that she can also run. We've also seen Haug do some pretty incredible things. Running down Imogen Simmons in the final 400 metres at St Polten a few weeks ago. And then just coming up short at the PTO Championships in Daytona last year against Paula Finlay. Maybe a little bit unlucky at that race with a penalty, but the one thing you do know from Annie Haug is you'll always get 100%, so it won't matter what the deficit is off the bike. We're going to see Annie Haug running 100%, because I don't think she knows any other way, which is great for us. Spectacular views there of the Austrian Alps. I just can't get over how green it is. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Beautiful part of the world.
Ja, Martin, ich befinde mich hier bei dem Radaufstieg, wo sich immer noch Athleten rausbewegen, und ich habe mir einen geschnappt, der hier für den Tourismus zuständig ist, nämlich Gerd Erharter. Er ist der Obmann vom Tourismusverband Kaiserwinkl, und der freut sich natürlich, wenn so viele Gäste hier in die Region Kaiserwinkl kommen durch den Triathlon.
Das ist klar. Also wir haben jetzt eine lange Zeit hinter uns, wo wir überhaupt nichts gesehen haben. Da sind wir natürlich also sehr froh und dankbar, dass so eine Riesenveranstaltung jetzt wieder den Auftakt für die Zukunft bedeutet.
Wir haben gerade gesprochen vorhin, ich glaube 2010 oder 2011 war es das erste Mal, dass der Triathlon hier oder die Challenge hier Station gemacht hat am Walchsee. Jetzt hat der eine unglaubliche Dynamik entwickelt und man hat es jetzt auch in der Corona-Zeit geschafft, zumindest nicht letztes Jahr, aber heuer dann dieses Event wieder umzusetzen. Kann man durchaus stolz drauf sein, denn 1600 Athleten sind hier in der Region unterwegs.
Ja, auf jeden Fall sind wir sehr, sehr stolz drauf. Also den Veranstaltern muss ich sagen, also dem gesamten Challenge-Team, also die haben wirklich Hervorragendes geleistet. Es wäre ja bereits im letzten Jahr die Europameisterschaft bei uns ausgerichtet worden. Das ist leider der Corona-Krise zum Opfer gefallen. Dementsprechend froh sind wir, dass wir sowohl die Europameisterschaft heuer durchführen können, als auch natürlich die Veranstaltung an sich.
Ich habe gestern gemerkt, und das habe ich auch schon vorhin mit dem Andreas Klingler besprochen, wie ich reingekommen bin, Walchsee ist aus allen Nähten geplatzt. Da sind auf einmal 1600 Athleten hier, da sind auf einmal, ich weiß nicht, 2000 Betreuer, Begleiter, Familie und so weiter hier. Das ist ja für die Region eigentlich ein richtiger Boom, was hier an Gästen kommt.
Ja, gerade jetzt in der Übergangszeit. Schwieriger wäre es im Juli und im August, wo wir unsere Betten ohnehin belegt haben. Aber in dem Fall ist natürlich knapp noch Vorsaison und dementsprechend sind wir froh. Insgesamt sind ja an die 5.000 bis 6.000 Gäste hier, die unmittelbar mit dem Triathlon zu tun haben und dementsprechend haben wir das auf alle 4 Kaiserwinkel-Gemeinden aufgeteilt.
Ja, jetzt wissen wir ja, dass der Triathlon vor allem durch Age-Gruppe betrieben wird. Es gibt zwar ein Profi-Spitzenfeld, aber das Gros der Leute sind Familienväter, Mütter, überhaupt Söhne, die die Familie irgendwie mitnehmen, Töchter, die die Familie dabei haben. Also man zieht mehr oder weniger auch diese ganze Familie hier in den Kaiserwinkel. Was kann man noch hier so machen, wenn man jetzt von Donnerstag bis Sonntag hier ist? Was hat die Region zu bieten?
Ja gut, also das meiste sieht man heute praktisch im Zuge dieser Übertragung. Man kann einmal vor allem schwimmen im Walchsee. Dann gibt's natürlich die Möglichkeit, in allen Varianten Rad zu fahren. Also gerade in den letzten Jahren sind ja alle Gebirgsregionen mehr oder weniger durchs E-Bike auch für den ungeübten Radfahrer erfahrbar geworden. Dementsprechend also ist das jetzt sehr, sehr beliebt geworden. Und der Hauptgrund für die Buchung im Kaiserwinkel für unsere Gäste ist eigentlich das Wandern. Wir haben ja an die 300 Kilometer Wanderwege von wirklich 600 Metern bis rauf auf über 2000 Metern Höhe.
Und ich kann sagen, wie ich gestern gekommen bin, Sie leben in einer absolut schönen Gegend.
Ja, also da sind wir sehr, sehr stolz drauf. Gerade wenn ich jetzt denke, weil heute in der Früh bin ich gefragt worden zur Wasserqualität vom Walchsee. Also ich glaube nicht, dass die Triathleten oft eine solche Situation bekommen, dass sie praktisch in Trinkwasser mit 1A-Qualität den Wettbewerb abhalten können. Rausschwimmen, hat man Durst, macht man den Mund auf und der Fall ist erledigt. Also besser geht's ja wirklich nicht, gell?
Ja, ich glaube, wir beide, wir gehen jetzt noch ein wenig Triathlon schauen. Wir werden uns den Bewerb dann auch noch beim Laufen zu Gemüte führen, werden noch das eine oder andere Interview führen und ich nehme an, wir sehen uns dann auch an der Ziellinie, wo wir den Athleten noch einmal ordentlich anfeuern.
Auf jeden Fall, also wir lassen uns jetzt sportlich mitreißen und werden dann die Sieger entsprechend feiern.
So ist es schön. Gerd Erhardt, der Obmann des Tourismusverbands Kaiserwinkel bei mir, direkt vom Radaufstieg und wir geben wieder zurück zu euch ins Studio, zu Martin und Johannes, denn beim Rennen da ist spannend.
All right, we are back with our lead pro male, Frederick Funk, still leading the race here today as he has done so since the beginning of the bike. But we do know that Ruben Zapunkt is with him. So they're at about the 70-kilometre mark of the bike. We do believe that Ruben is very, very close by. So we're just waiting to see if he's in front of Frederick Funk already or just behind, but we know it is very, very close. And of course, Giulio Molinari still in third place. So great to see Giulio Molinari still racing well. And of course, there we go. There is Zapunkt right there. So we have Frederick Funk and Ruben Zapunkt. First and second place on the bike here today in Walchsee. Interestingly enough, though, we haven't spoken at all about Bart Arnouts from Belgium. Of course, Bart right now is back at around just under 8 minutes down on our leaders. But we do know that Thomas Steger, the Austrian hopeful here and winner from Challenge Riccione, is now up into about 7th position. So he seems to be having a few issues with his timing chip, but we do know that Thomas Steger is now around 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes down on our leaders. Currently sitting in about 7th position on the bike right now here today. Rudy Wild, another one of our favourites, further down. He's about 14:40 down, so 14 minutes 40 down on the bike. He will not be happy with that. That is not where we expected to see Rudy Wild today. And we know that it doesn't appear that he's had a mechanical or anything else go wrong. It's just not his day. And as we all know, sometimes we don't get to control that. Sometimes it just ain't your day. So for the first time since the beginning of this bike ride here today, we have Ruben Sapunkt now in front. He has taken the lead over Frederick Funk. But I am sure Funk will not want to let him go and will be making sure that that elastic band does not break. They have under 20 kilometres left to ride here today. So an update out on course, they have about between 15 and 20 kilometres left before they hit T2. We know Thomas Steger, if you look at the live timing, has him down in 25th position. But if you check the gap, he's only at 6 minutes 13, so that is incorrect. We do believe Thomas Steger is currently holding 7th position. And Bart Arnouts of Belgium is currently in 8th position. We know both Steger and Arnouts are incredible runners, two of the best runners in the field here today. But that is a lot of time to make up over 21k. Great overhead shots. This is one of the fastest sections of the course. I just can't get over how green it is. It's absolutely beautiful. When I compare it to our fields here in Australia, where most things are brown and there's hardly any grass growing, it's incredible to see. Austria is definitely one of the most beautiful countries in the world. As we can see, Spirig still total control of this race, making her way through the second lap right now, and of course through many of our age group competitors. This is where it gets a little bit tricky. Obviously, when the course starts to get a little congested, you have to keep your wits about you. Spirig doing just that, keeping herself out of trouble and completely in control of this race right now. So I have been given an update out on course. We had a feeling that something was going on with Rudy Wild, so he has just dropped out of the race. I'll try and get an update for you onto just as to why he has dropped out, but we can tell you that Rudy Wild, Switzerland, has dropped out of the race. Is now heading home. It's a real shame because he was definitely one of our favourites here today. There's plenty of other favourites in the race. Incredible to see Nicholas Ferry still going so incredibly well after all of these years. She's been in the sport longer than I can know. I actually, it'd be really interesting. I can't even remember what year she started. I know she started as a junior. I remember watching her as a junior back when it was ITU, and of course now World Triathlon. That's how long ago it was. And to see her still at the top of her game so many years later, it's unbelievable. I'm really looking forward to watching Nicola compete in Tokyo this year, in both the individual event and the mixed relay. I think the mixed relay is going to be the most exciting event. So happy that they have included that in the Olympic Games now, as we're back with our second place, Frederick Funk. And just look at the way, if you just look in front, you can see Zapunkt. It is incredible to watch this man ride a bike. It's incredible, but it's also really scary. But he's in complete control. I think the cameraman's going to have a very, very hard time trying to keep up with this man. Honestly, the entire time I've been in triathlon, and that's over 30 years now, I don't know what it is with Germans and riding bikes, but they are truly incredible. Honestly, so strong. I think back at the likes of Jürgen Zach and Thomas Hellriegel, Norman Stadler, Lothar Leder, all so incredibly strong on the bike. And now, of course, we've got Ruben Zapunkt and Frederick Funk, the new generation, continuing that German theme of Uber bikers. You're probably thinking, why have I left out the golden boy, Jan Frodeno? That's because he excels at everything. It's almost unfair to even mention him. Just so impressive across all three. So I don't know too much about Ruben Zapunkt, apart from the fact that we do know he was an ex-pro cyclist. He's from Dusseldorf originally, but resides in Girona, along with the likes of Jan Frodeno, Nicholas Castellin, Laura Siddle. It seems to be the new place for pro triathletes to base themselves in Europe. And from the pictures I've seen, it does look like a pretty phenomenal spot to stay. Zapunkt was a pro cyclist from 2014 to 2017. Changed to triathlon. And he was third at Challenge Davos back in 2019. I know he has raced a Bundesliga event this year. Oh my gosh, look at the way he takes these corners. I tell you, if I did it at that speed, I'd be in the grass. It's amazing. But great to see Frederik Funk. It's obviously his plan to try and stay with Zepunkt for the remainder of the bike today. This is just going to increase Funk's lead over the rest of the field. So great for Funk. And he's not prepared to just sit there, but he wants to go back to the front again. So I think these two athletes are going to work extremely well together for the remainder of the bike ride. So for those that are watching Thomas Steger on the live timing, please know that his chip is not properly activated. So that is why he is not where he's supposed to be. We do know that Thomas Steger is up in the top 10. He's currently around that 6 to 6.5 minute mark behind our two leaders today. Now lead men have less than 10 kilometres to go, so not too far away from T2. We have been given an update on course that with our professional women, that Anne Haug is actually riding really, really well right now. She's made up time on Sarah Perez. So currently around 30 seconds back from Perez, who we know is holding second. As we see Frederik Funk and Ruben Zepunkt already in T2. So the timing's just that little bit out, little bit delayed. So there we have Frederik Funk, first into T2, Ruben Zepunkt right behind him on his heels, both athletes from Germany. Of course, of the two, Frederik Funk would definitely be the superior runner. We know Funk is in very, very good form after winning St. Pölten only a few weeks ago. This is the exact same position he found himself in St. Pölten. So now we just need to see what that gap is back to third and fourth. And also, more importantly, back to Steger. We know Thomas Steger is one of the best runners in the field. As we see Zepunkt exit transition in first with Funk right on his heels. So our two lead men in and out of transition and now out onto the 21.1 kilometre run course. We do know the run course is 4 laps. So it's 4 undulating laps around the lake, so around at Walchsee. It's a beautiful run course here, plenty of shade. So let's just wait and see what that time gap's going to be. Back to our 3rd, 4th and 5th place men. We know Giulio Molinari should be next into transition. And last update, he was about 3 minutes 20 back from our two lead men. We then had Gregory Barnaby and Nicholas Mann riding together in 4th and 5th. And then Thomas Steger should be the next one in, just having a few issues with his timing chip. So it's a little difficult to know exactly where Steger is right now. I believe Spirig has only about 15 kilometres left to ride, maybe even less. Still holding a good 5-minute gap over Sarah Perez-Sala. And we know Annie Haug is closing in on Sarah. There's no doubt that Anne Haug is the fastest runner in the field today, no doubt at all. But it's looking likely that this gap's going to be around that 5.5-minute mark or thereabouts, and that is a lot of time to make up. As we see Giulio Molinari make his way into transition, currently holding down third place. Nice strong bike ride from Molinari today. I'd say he'd be very, very happy. So, of course, just been told 3 minutes 20 down on our 2 lead men. And it really would be fabulous to see Giulio Molinari have a great race here today. He's had a really, really tough couple of years. And I'm sure if he could hold on to this third place position, he would be over the moon. It is looking likely that he's going to have a good, I'd say, just under 3-minute gap over the next 2 pro men to come through, Nicholas Mann and Gregory Barnaby. Molinari's going to have a very, very good run to hold the likes of Steger. We know how well Thomas Steger runs. But Molinari gave a great interview early in the week. He's really happy to be here. He's in good form. He's healthy. He's got no injuries. So fingers crossed for fingers crossed for Molinari to hold on to third place. That's a tongue twister. Nicholas Spirig making a way through the last kilometres of this bike course here today. Spirig just looking so strong and so in control on the bike. As we can see Thomas Steger now coming in off the bike. This will be very, very interesting to see what this split is. Steger's a very, very accomplished runner. The run that he had at Challenge Riccione was really, really good. it will be great to see him have that sort of run again here today. Perfect conditions for the run, as we see. Okay, so actually Steger's overtaken Gregory Barnaby and Nicholas Mann. That's interesting. On the timing, it had him slightly behind, so that just shows Steger's had a terrific second half of the bike to make up all this time. Great to see him coming in off the bike in front of these two men. So Steger out in fourth position, with Gregory Barnaby in sixth and Nicholas Mann out in seventh. So great to see, out in fifth and sixth. So that's fifth and sixth place right there. But 7 minutes down on Frederick Funk. That's even for Steger. That's a tough ask, particularly if Funk is in the same sort of running form he was a couple of weeks ago in St Polten. Very, very difficult to make up.
Battery level is low. The aircraft will go to the home point in 10 seconds.
Choose sport. Choose sport. Every morning at 5. Every weekend and weekday. Whenever you feel it. Choose energy. The sweetness of nature. Choose sport. Choose the sun on your skin and the taste of the air. Choose passion. Choose exercise, outside and inside, on all sides of life. Choose ache. Choose relief. Taste the water, the rain, the dust, and your sweat. Choose your team. Choose happiness. And the taste we all know. The taste of sport.
And welcome back to the 2021 European Middle Distance Championships here in Walchsee. As we can see our lead female, Nicola Spirig, in total control, as she has been since the beginning of this race. Amazing scenes out there today of our para-triathletes. Just incredible to see. This is one of the most technical and difficult courses you can find on the circuit right now, and to see so many of our para triathletes making their way around the course, just unbelievable. As more and more of our professional males make their way into T2 and out onto our 4-lap run course here today. So as I mentioned earlier, 4-lap run course around Lake Walchsee. Feel a bit silly saying Lake Walchsee because sea is actually means lake in German. So I'm actually saying it twice, but for all my English-speaking friends, hopefully you don't know that. So around Walchsee 4 times. It's a fairly undulating run course, but nothing on the bike. So as you can see, nice and flat to start here. As we see the Green Devil, as he is renowned, the Green Devil, Thomas Steger of Austria, already running exceptionally well. So Steger currently in 4th place. Gregory Barnaby in 5th, Nicholas Mann in 6th, and Badar Newts rounding out our top 7. Badar Newts currently about 8:16 down out of T2. And the reason I mention Newts is because we know he is one of the best runners in the field along with Steger. But I just think this is too much time for these men to make up on the likes of Funk, particularly because we know Funk's in such great form. We know he's got the confidence coming off a win in St. Pölten a few weeks ago. And it's incredible just the mental strength you get from that. So the confidence that you get from having such a meticulous race like he did in St. Pölten. And often you're able to carry that into the next race. And it's amazing the extra power it gives you. So it's looking likely that Frederick Funk still has this race completely in his control. But I'm sure if we asked Frederick right now, he would still be worried about the likes of Steger and Badar Newts, because you never, ever discount the good runners, particularly over a half marathon. And of course, all these athletes here today, not only are they vying for the Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee crown, but also for the European middle distance crown, courtesy of World Triathlon. They're also gaining themselves valuable points towards the end of year Challenge Family World Bonus, worth $150,000. There are also 6 slots up for grabs for the championship, Challenge Family's penultimate event at the amazing X-Bionics Sphere in Samarin, Slovakia at the end of August. And then for some of these extremely lucky professional athletes, there is the coveted spot in the Collins Cup teams. So we've got Team International, Team Europe. Of course, most of these athletes would be vying for spots in Team Europe. In fact, I think all of them would be vying for spots in Team Europe. And I have to say, if you look at the Team Europe right now, it's probably the toughest team to make for the Collins Cup. They could actually make 3 teams, and all 3 teams would be competitive. That's how deep and how strong the European team is. I definitely feel for Chrissy Wellington and Norman Stadler having to pick the 6 men and the 6 women that are going to be going into that team. Very difficult job for those last 2 slots. And one of those women that's I would definitely be considering for those last 2 slots is that woman right there, Nicola Spirig. Currently with a huge lead over the rest of the women's field. We still see some of our professional men heading out onto the run course. And like I said, the run course here today is a 4-loop run course. It's slightly undulating around the lake, passes farmhouses and in between fields and meadows, and all set against the backdrop of the beautiful Kaiser Massif, which is the beautiful big mountain that you see in the background. And the finish line here today is right in the heart of Walchsee itself, right next to the transition area. Got a beautiful view of the lake, and of course the lake one side, the Kaiser Massif the other. It really is a fantastic setting for a race. We head back to our lead female, Nicola Spirig, in total control. We do know at the 4-kilometre mark on the run for our professional men that Sepunkt is now 2 minutes 32 behind Frederick Funk. So it is looking like Frederick Funk has brought his A game to this run. Good to see. We know he's in fantastic form. We've also been given word out on course that Thomas Stoger is absolutely flying. In fact, quote, he looks like he's running a 100-metre sprint race. So that's going to be interesting. So we know that Frederick Funk is currently leading, has a 2.5-minute lead over Sapunkt. We're just waiting to get an update on Thomas Steger. We know that Giulio Molinari was holding third. But looking at the pace that Thomas Steger is currently running, it will not be long before he overtakes Molinari and is in that final podium position. So we can see Frederick Funk right here, our leader today. He was into transition into T2 with Sapunkt, who you can see on screen right now. We know that Sapunkt hasn't been in the sport of triathlon for too long, so definitely still finding his running legs. A phenomenal biker. You know, Funk has already put a lot of time between himself and Sapunkt. As you can see, our professional athletes making their way past transition. Greatest thing about this run course is that they go through here 4 times, so they get cheered on by the crowds, they get to see family and friends. I think all of you know sometimes when you're out the back by yourself, it's very, very easy to slow down when nobody's looking. But no chance of that happening here on this run course. And it's just so great to get that motivation from people on the side of the road, cheering you on. You just want to do your best. And it's so uplifting. I remember being on many a run course when I just wanted to give up or slow down. But you get one person cheering for you, and it's amazing the energy that that gives you. And that's exactly what you get on the course here today. Really great run course underfoot too. So it's that hard, compact dirt, very similar to the run course along the canal at Challenge Roth. Beautiful on the legs, particularly after a very hard bike ride. It's always nice to have this sort of run course as opposed to road or concrete paths. It really does make a difference. Of course, just so you don't get confused, both Frederick Funk and Ruben Sapunkt are onto their second lap, whereas that other pro athlete, Matteo from Italy, he was on his first lap. So Matteo Fontana from Italy, he is a lap down on our 2 lead men. Won't be long now at all till we see Nicola Spirig making her way into transition. Only a few kilometres left for Spirig here on the bike today. Funk looking very, very comfortable on the second of 4 laps of the run here. A few tight corners. which can make it a little bit difficult. It's always nice once you get on the run is to try and get into that rhythm and just hold it as long as possible. But those sneaky little corners like we just saw back then obviously break that rhythm. And you start doing those sorts of corners, 4 laps. That's double, that's triple, that's quadruple the amount of corners. It makes it very, very difficult. It's continually breaking your rhythm, which you've got to try there, then get back afterwards, and it can really take its toll after a while. As we see Nicola Sprigg, our first placed female, making her way into transition. Phenomenal effort from Sprigg today. She has been in total control since that gun went off this morning at 8:30. Of course, shoes and socks on. Great thing for Nicola now. She really doesn't need to rush. She's got such a huge lead. Nicola really did ride those last 10 kilometres so impressively. She's managed to make that gap even larger. I think she now holds at least a 6.5 minute gap over Sarah Perez-Sala and just slightly longer over Anne Haug. Anne Haug has managed to get that gap between herself and Sarah down, and I won't be surprised if those two females come into transition very, very close together. But there you go, Nicola Sprigg, our first female out today, looking likely to have upward of a 6.5 minute lead over her chasers. That is going to be a very, very big ask for anyone, particularly because we know that Nicola Sprigg is also not just a great bike rider, but also a very, very powerful runner. Great to see spectators out and about. Stand-up paddleboards. She's got the perfect spot as far as I'm concerned. What a great spot to be. And I have to say, Thomas Steger looks amazing. One of the fastest runners in the field. Looking very strong and very determined. So I'll just try and get an update out on course. So we do know that Thomas Steger is currently in 4th. See Sprigg out on the run now, looking terrific. I'm sure she knows that she has a very sizable gap back to Anne Haug, and that would be the only athlete that she is worried about right now. The only athlete in the field capable of running down Nicola, although honestly, with this sort of lead, I don't think it's going to happen. So we know Funk's finished second here on 2 occasions. He's now in a position where he can take the win. Now he's just got to hold on. So an update out on course. Frederick Funk, of course, we know is leading. Giulio Molinari has now caught Ruben Zapunkt, so he's in second place. Great to see Giulio having a great race. I am interested to see what that split back to Thomas Steger is.
Wir stehen hier direkt an der Laufstrecke in Walchsee und ich habe mir einen geschnappt, den man eigentlich Europameisterschaftspräsident nennen kann. Julius Kamen, Präsident des Tiroler Triathlonverbandes. Letzte Woche waren wir in Kitzbühel, diese Woche sind wir in Walchsee. 2 Europameisterschaften in so kurzer Zeit. Ich glaube, der Triathlon, der floriert in Tirol.
Ja, der Triathlon floriert in Tirol, nicht nur seit wir die Kate Ellen 2004 als Olympiasiegerin haben. Und wir haben hier 2 Top-Veranstalter und auch Top-Veranstaltungen, wie du richtig sagst, innerhalb von einer Woche kann man sagen, weil die Athleten ja dann angereist sind, 2 solche Bewerbe auf die Füße zu stellen. Das bedarf in Corona-Zeiten mit den ganz schwierigen Voraussetzungen schon einiges an Organisation und Hilfe von allen.
Jetzt wissen wir ja, dass nicht nur Triathlon-Veranstaltungen in Tirol stattfinden, sondern auch der Nachwuchs ordentlich gefördert wird. Wir wissen auch, dass es in Richtung Olympia geht. Wie sind denn die Aussichten des österreichischen Triathlonverbandes? Ich glaube, man darf sich, wenn man die Ergebnisse in Kitzbühel angeschaut hat, darf man sich frohen Mutes erfreuen, wenn man in Richtung Tokio schaut.
Ja, gestern haben wir ja Gott sei Dank die Kinderbewerbe abwickeln können. Seit 27 Jahren gibt es den Kindertriathlonzug. Und wenn man sich dann die Erwachsenen anschaut, unser Team, man hat gesehen in Kitzbühel, man kann sich da schon einiges erwarten. Und wir sind guter Hoffnung und die Vorbereitungen der Athleten sind auch perfekt abgelaufen.
Sehr schön. Während wir hier da im Hintergrund Martin Bader gesehen haben, der da vorbeikommt. Also die Österreicher liegen ja heute auch ganz gut im Feld, muss man sagen.
Naja, perfekt. Wenn man sich diese Starterfelder anschaut, es ist alles da, was auf der Mitteldistanz Rang und Namen hat. Und dann freut es einen auch, wenn ein Tiroler, der zwar für einen Kärntner Verein startet, wir haben Thomas gesagt, das ist egal, er bleibt immer Tiroler. Er ist derzeit am 4. Platz. Ich wünsche ihm alles Gute. Es wäre super, wenn er den Platz verteidigen könnte.
Rundherum geht's richtig zu, da kommt die Spanierin Perez herein in die Wechselzone, da laufen die besten Athleten der Herren herein. Es ist ein richtiges Spektakel hier in Walchsee.
Ja, es ist ein Spektakel, was uns aber ganz, ganz leid tut, ist, dass wir keine Zuschauer zugelassen haben. Man sieht, hier ist alles leer, außer die Athleten sind da. Aber das muss man in Kauf nehmen und wir sind froh, dass wir die Genehmigungen bekommen haben. Und somit, glaube ich, ist auch durch die Live-Übertragung, das möchte ich auch einmal betonen, das ist natürlich eine gewaltige Sache, was K19 da hier abführt. Und ich höre überall, rufen mich die Leute an und sagen, super, dass wir das live haben, sowohl Kitzbühel wie auch hier. Gratuliere auch euch, das ist eine super Übertragung, die geht ja in die ganze Welt hinaus.
Ich darf den Dank zurückkicken auf Danke für die Unterstützung, dass wir hier dabei sein dürfen. Wo werden Sie sich jetzt aufhalten auf der Laufstrecke, anfeuern und dann vielleicht im Ziel auch dabei sein? Ich nehme mal, Siegerehrung wird für den Präsidenten ein Must-Have sein.
Na, jetzt ist einmal, ich war zuerst auf der Radstrecke und jetzt auf der Laufstrecke, abwarten, wie die Athleten hereinkommen. Und wie gesagt, als Präsident, wenn man 31 Jahre schon Präsident ist, hält man sich dann sehr gerne auch im Hintergrund und lässt andere auch bei der Siegerehrung zum Beispiel die Preise, Medaillen überreichen.
Ich glaube, wir sind ganz gespannt, wer heute den Sieger davontragen wird. Nikolaus Birgel ist ja relativ weit vorne, aber bei den Herren scheint es ein ordentliches Duell um den Sieg zu sein. Und der 2 Deutschen, der Tourismus wird sich freuen in Österreich.
Genau so ist es. Wir sind ein Tourismusland. Wir gönnen unseren Athleten die Siege, aber freuen uns, wenn auch Athleten aus anderen Ländern vorne stehen, was natürlich für den Tourismus auch sehr wichtig ist.
Soweit von uns aus der Wechselzone und wir gehen wieder zurück ins Rennen, freuen uns auf ein spannendes Finale hier bei der Challenge Walchsee, bei der Europameisterschaft, bei der 2. hier aus Tirol.
Okay, and just an update on our professional women. We know that Nicola Spirig is well and truly out on our run course today. Annie Haug was able to overtake Sarah Perez-Sala coming into T2. So we know that Anne Haug left transition in second position, around 6 minutes 38 down on Nicola Spirig, with Sarah Perez about an extra 20 seconds back. We now have Marta Bernardi, as you can see there, Marta Bernardi of Italy coming into T2. And Marta's at around just under 9 minutes back from our leader, Nicola Spirig. And, of course, Lena Berliner rounding out our top 5. So that's a great gap that Spirig has over Annie Haug. She'll be happy to know that, although I'm sure she's not waiting around. You could never be too sure with Annie Haug because, honestly, anything is possible for that young woman on the run. Definitely the greatest runner on the circuit right now. Marta Bernardi leaves T2, heads out onto the run with Lena Berlinger. Of course, that was Anne Reichman just left transition, and Gabriela Zelinka is leaving transition right now as we speak. So a terrific race from these professional women here today. But there is no doubt at all that Nicholas Spirig is in total control of this race. As is this young man right now, Frederick Funk of Germany. 23 years of age, so young, yet achieving so much already. Winner of St. Pölten a few weeks ago. I know he'd love nothing more than to add this title to his resume. So the title of Challenge Walchsee champion as well as European and middle distance champion. We know Ruben Sapunkt is still in second place with Giulio Molinari still in third. That's how they left transition. But we have been told out on course that Thomas Steiger is absolutely flying and can now see Giulio. So he has Giulio well and truly in his sights. Funk looking nice and relaxed. And still holding around a 5:45 gap back to Thomas Steiger. And that's going to be his worry. Thomas Steiger we know he's a great runner. He showed his running prowess at Challenge Riccione in May. But this is definitely a good gap for Funk to have. And as long as he can find his groove, keep running exactly as he's running, he should be able to hold off the fleet-footed Steiger. You can see here today, great run course here at Walchsee. 4 identical loops. Such a beautiful surface to run on. Really, really nice on the legs. The greatest thing for these athletes is so many shaded sections. You can see that sun is still out, even though we don't think we're going to get to the predicted temperatures they were talking about, but it is still quite a hot day in Austria, particularly for Austrian standards. As we see all the walkers walking in the opposite direction out for the day. Great to see so many spectators out and about cheering on the athletes. I have to tell you, it's a sight for sore eyes. It's few and far between in 2020, so great to see the action back and happening in 2021. It really is great to see so many races starting to go ahead in Europe. You know, Europe had a very, very tough time of it last year and for the first half of this year. So nothing makes me happier than to see these races going ahead at full capacity, or at what I should call the new full capacity, obviously with the COVID restrictions in place. It's almost impossible to comprehend the extra lengths that our event organisers have had to go through just to get these races off the ground. The amount of protocols and safety measures that have to go through government, it's mind-blowing, to be honest. So to see this happening today makes me very, very happy. So as we have Nicola Spirig and Thomas Steger. It's Thomas Steger, of course, ahead of Nicola. And Thomas Steger, the fastest runner on the field right now, in the field. So it just gives you some indication of how well Nicola Spirig is also running. So our two fastest runners, although I am sure once we get a split back to Annie Haug, it will be very, very interesting to see the difference in run splits between these two women. And this was our leader into T2, Ruben Zapunkt. He was first out onto the run course. Still holding second place, but now quite a long way behind our leader, Funk. But there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that Spirig looking completely in control here. She's just so incredibly strong. Has to be one of the most versatile, durable athletes. I know back in the early days when she was a junior, she did suffer quite a few injuries, but those days are long gone. So now we have the correct timing. So Frederick Funk leading with Ruben Zapunkt still holding second, about 1:30 down on Funk. We have been given reports out on course that Zapunkt is starting to labour just a little. Whereas Funk still looks fantastic. So the gap back to Anne Haug now. Anne Haug currently just over the 2 kilometre mark, 6:20 down on Spirig, while Sarah Perez-Sala is now 7:39 down on our leader. Marta Bernardi back in fourth, 9:22 down. Lena Berlinger in fifth at about 9:25 down. So we can see that Annie Haug is running faster than Spirig, ever so slightly faster. Already her lead is now down to 6:17. But I'm sure Anne Haug is going to run out of real estate here. Thomas Steger looking very, very good on the run so far. I'd say definitely the fastest out on course right now. And we do know that Thomas Steger has now overtaken Giulio Molinari. So Thomas Steger currently in third position, but still a good 7 minutes down on our leader, Frederick Funk.
Und hier ist die führende Frau, Nicolas Gierig, die jetzt gerade eben vorbeikommen.
Mit beruhigenden über 5 Minuten Vorsprung. Die sympathische Schweizerin, Nicolas Gierig. Ich glaube, ich kann nicht sagen, im Trainingsmodus ist es meiner.
So we have almost identical races going on here in as far as our two leaders are still both running exceptionally well. So Frederick Funk and Nicolas Spirig. I don't think it's going to be too long before we see Thomas Steger overtake Ruben Sepunkt and take second place, just as we have Anne Haug in second place for the women, both trying to run down first place, both with very sizable gaps, both running exceptionally well, but I think both just going to run out of real estate. I mean, looking at Nicolas Spirig here, she just looks terrific. I cannot fault a single thing. This is definitely a different Nicola to what I saw at the PTO Champs in Daytona last December. This definitely looks like a woman who is preparing for the biggest race of the year in Tokyo. Everything looking pretty perfect right now. And look at that backdrop. That is absolutely stunning. I'm sure Funk is not even looking at that right now, but it is truly spectacular over there in Walchsee. Freddie's still got a great turnover. He doesn't look like he's labouring at all. Really looks great. So while Thomas Steger still has a little bit of time before he catches Ruben Sepunkt, I think it's inevitable that Steger will take second place. And then it's going to be a matter of whether he is able to catch Frederick Funk. Making a bold prediction now that he is just going to run out of real estate, but just seeing Funk turn his head then just shows that there's just that tiny bit of doubt in Funk's head. Whereas I do not think you'll see Nicolas Spirig turning her head anytime soon. She's in complete control of this race. She knows that the only place she wants to look is forward, not backwards. And that really is just a sign of experience and confidence. You know, Frederick Funk is 23 years of age. He's still young, very, very young, particularly in middle distance racing. And I think his run, even though we know he is a great runner, it's probably just one of those things where he knows that there are still days where he doesn't bring his run to the table. Just having that cheeky little look over his shoulder, it just tells me that he's just lacking that tiny bit of confidence in his running ability. Whereas someone like Nicolas Spirig, I don't think you'll see her looking over her shoulder at all. So interesting to see Bart Arnouts in 6th, 7 minutes down from our leader. Still definitely one of the fastest in the field. Of course, we did just see one of our professional athletes from Spain overtaking Funk. Don't be fooled, he's a lap down, but running is particularly well, of course. So in the women's race, great to see Alina Berliner actually run herself up into third, so she has overtaken Sara Perez. I'm just waiting to get an accurate split out on course just to let you know how far Annie Haug is now back from Spirig. Our last check, it was over 6 minutes. As you can see, I originally thought when I was told about the 4-lap run around the lake, I just assumed it would be pancake flat. But this run is actually quite undulating, so it is not flat like you would imagine. It is definitely undulating in nature. And of course, they have to do it 4 times. So it's certainly not as easy as you would have thought. They're on a different surface right now on the road. Majority of the surface today is that hard packed dirt, but they do spend a little bit of time out on the road as well. And there you go. So Spirig in first, as she has been all day. Annie Haug holding second, 6 minutes back. We do expect that to come down. So lap 1 of the 4-lap course here today. And I just got a message from Brett Sutton saying, "Ye have little faith." Oh, but you are wrong. He said she wasn't as fast in ITU days and she's going to crush her again today. You've got to give it to Sutto. This is one of the things that makes him such a great coach, is he has a 100% faith in his athletes, always. And he said, just wait till the last 5 kilometres of this run today. And that's the thing. I am sure Spirig is under strict guidelines on how she was to execute today. And knowing Spirig, she would not have faltered from that. So however she's been told to execute, she is sticking to the plan. And we may have not seen the best of Spirig yet. So I can't wait to see the last 5K of this 21-kilometre run today, because that's when we might see Spirig at full flight, as we are back to our lead male here today, Frederick Funk. Just a little bit of a head wobble, telling me that he's starting to feel the pinch just ever so slightly. Look, he still looks great. He's still got that quick turnover. Shoulders are nice and relaxed. You just know when an athlete starts to get that a little bit of a head wobble, they're just a little uncomfortable. But he still looks completely in control. But honestly, what a treat, what an absolute treat it is to have the likes of Nicola Spirig and Annie Haug here racing today, head to head. I have been excited for weeks. Since the 2 ladies confirmed that they would be racing, I have been excited for weeks. And all week I've been asking my team on ground, please tell me you've seen Annie Haug, please tell me you've seen Nicola Spirig. And I know even up till yesterday, they hadn't seen Spirig, and I was so worried that she wasn't racing or plans had changed, and I was starting to fret. So when one of my teammates, or one of my workmates, Tim Rea, actually said, "I've seen her, she's here, it's all good," I let out a little scream, because honestly, you're witnessing 2 of the greats of our sport. I mean, Nicola Spirig, I have not got enough words to describe what I think of this lady. She is truly incredible and continues. This is the thing. It's not like she's at her prime or she's reached her limits. She continues to defy what we think is possible. And then Annie Haug, she's our current world champion. She's an incredible runner and she's an incredible lady. I have so much respect for both these women. And they literally, I sit here and I watch them and I shake my head because it's truly unbelievable what these two women are doing. And I just think it's wonderful. So even though we know Annie Haug is running ever so slightly faster, and I mean ever so slightly faster than Nicola Spirig, her lead is now just under 6 minutes. So Nicola Spirig still holding a 5:57 lead over Annie Haug. Both women looking very, very good, extremely comfortable. And I have been given an update out on course that Perez is still indeed in third. She's now 2:20 down on Haug. So the results in timing were just that little bit off. So Perez Sala still in third place, 2:20 down. They are your top three right now. That looks like Laura Jansen from Germany right there. She was fifth in St. Polten a couple of weeks ago. It is indeed Laura. We're back with our lead male. So Freddie now completing another lap of the run.
Währenddessen natürlich der Spanier in die nächste Runde laufend hinaus. Natürlich dann an der Felder.
So our top five women up on screen right now: Nicola Spirig, Annie Haug, Sara Perez Sala, Marta Bernardi and Lena Berliner. Our top five women. We do know that that gap between Spirig and Haug is now down under, just ever so slightly under that 6 minute mark. You know, Frederick Funk has just started lap 3 of a 4-lap run here today. Absolutely picture perfect run round the lake. Spirig still looking ridiculously comfortable. Doing everything right today. It's crazy to think that she is lining up next month for her 5th Olympic Games. She's a mother to 3 children. She has a law degree. It's just mind-boggling what this woman has achieved.
Ja, und ich melde mich hier mit dem Hausherrn, mit Dieter Wipplinger, dem Bürgermeister aus Walchsee, den ich die Gemeinde heute Vormittag schon geschrumpft habe auf 400 Einwohner. Nein, 2000 sind es, habe ich mir gesagt worden. Aber ganz Walchsee weiß das mittlerweile, weil die schauen alle K19.
Ja, das ist richtig. Tatsächlich sind wir 2000 Einwohner mit vielen Gästebetten bei uns und wir sind stolz und froh, dass wir diese Veranstaltung heute hier abhalten können. Die Corona-Situation war nicht einfach in den letzten Jahren oder zumindest im letzten Jahr und auch in den letzten Monaten für unsere Dienstleistungshotelbetriebe, die waren alle zu. Und jetzt dieses Wochenende ein Leben in Walchsee, Athleten sind da, Hobbysportler sind da, einfach sensationell.
Aber es ist schon ein tolles Gefühl, wenn irgendwann wieder mal so richtig was los ist nach 2 Jahren, wo man sagt, okay, der Triathlon, der geht wieder richtig los, der bringt wieder Leben in die Gemeinde rein. Ich glaube, der ganze Ort lebt mit.
Der ganze Ort lebt mit, das merkt man aber auch an den vielen Freiwilligen, die diese Veranstaltung immer wieder unterstützen. Und aber auch die vielen Grundeigentümer, die da irgendwo mitwirken. Und das ist einfach für unsere Ortschaft ein super Ereignis.
Wir schauen jetzt kurz da nach hinten, da kommt nämlich der zweite Mann herein, aber der steht, glaube ich, in der Penaltybox. Da dürfte es irgendwas gegeben haben. Da bleiben wir jetzt live drauf, live dabei. Da entschuldigen wir uns einmal kurz beim Herrn Bürgermeister. Der steht da jetzt einmal drinnen und muss seine Strafe absitzen. Und jetzt geht's wieder weiter. Ja, jetzt kommt es da sogar zum Überholmanöver von Thomas Steger. Da sind wir live drauf. Das kann man richtig mitnehmen. Wunderbar. Das heißt, Thomas Steger mittlerweile auf Rang 2 aus österreichischer Sicht. Wunderbar. Der Bürgermeister, vielleicht gibt es hier heute noch einen Stockerplatz für Österreich.
So wie es ausschaut, der Thomas Steger ist sensationell im Laufen drauf und hat jetzt schon den Molinari nach der ersten Runde überholt, ist Dritter geworden und jetzt hat er zweite Läufe in die Penaltybox gemusst. Also der Steger Thomas ist schon Zweitplatzierter, also ich gehe schon davon aus, dass der aufs Stockerl kommt.
Ich merke gerade, Sie haben sich in den letzten Jahren zum Triathlon-Experten da avanciert.
Ein bisschen schon, noch nicht. Seit 10 Jahren findet die Veranstaltung oder 11 Jahren findet die Veranstaltung bei uns statt und teilweise kommen auch die Profisportler nicht nur einmal, sondern mehrere Male zu uns nach Walchsee und da kennt man den einen oder anderen und der Thomas Steger hat ja bei uns schon gewonnen.
Das heißt, wir werden uns jetzt schon langsam in Richtung Ziel dann verabschieden und dort schauen, wann die Athleten reinkommen. Wir freuen uns besonders. Und wir freuen uns wahrscheinlich auch auf einen Triathlon Walchsee Kaiserwinkl 2022.
Ich hoffe schon, auf jeden Fall und mit ähnlich vielen Athleten, wie das in diesem Jahr der Fall gewesen ist.
Das hoffen wir auch und in diesem Sinne gehen wir wieder zurück zu euch ins Studio, denn wir wollen das Finale nicht verpassen.
So as you can see now up on screen, fantastic to see Frederick Funk still well and truly in the lead and in control of this race. Thomas Steger has now moved his way up into second as we expected. He is definitely the fastest runner in the field right now, with Ruben Sapunkt holding down third place. So Thomas Steger still 3:24 down on our leader Funk, but he has made up an awful lot of time. They are on run lap 3, so after this 1 lap to go, this is where Funk really needs to just stay in control, stay focused, hydrate, make sure he gets in his nutrition and just keeps focusing on ahead and not on what's going on behind. In fact, he just needs to do exactly at what Nicola Spirig is doing, because that is exactly what she is doing, focusing on it, what's going on ahead and not on what's going behind. So we see the two Italian pros right behind them. Nicola Spirig, of course, Nicola is a lap down. And Nicola definitely still in 100% control of this race.
Der hier in die Verfolgung geht und viele Zeit gegenüber Thomas Steger eingebüßt hat. Es lost a lot of seconds to the
So it's going to be very, very interesting to see if Thomas Steger can try and cut into the lead of Funk. As I said earlier, I think he may run out of real estate. Funk still looks fantastic. He may have slowed ever so slightly, but he still looks great. And I have to say a humongous thank you to our sponsors out there. I haven't given them a plug all day long, and honestly, particularly in these times with COVID and a pandemic, sponsors and partners they are so needed, so appreciated, and honestly, these races just could not go ahead. These events could not go ahead without them. So huge shout out to Challenge Families, amazing partners, Red Bull, Arbus, Pleiades Resort, obviously the city of Walchsee and the region of Kaiserwinkl. Just watching how the city of Walchsee and the region of Kaiserwinkl have come together for this race, particularly in these times, it's been a miracle, honestly a miracle. And to our personal sponsors, Challenge Family, thank you. You guys rock, because we know how difficult the last year has been, and obviously how hard the years to come are going to be because of this. So thank you very, very much. It makes me very happy to be here calling a race that looks so amazing. The weather's been incredible. It just puts a really big smile on my face. It's going to be very difficult for me to go to bed tonight. It's a 8-hour time difference between here and Austria, so we're 8 hours ahead here in Queensland, and I'm still buzzing. So I have a feeling that it's going to be a very, very difficult feat trying to get to bed before, I'd say, the early hours of the morning. I'm going to be buzzing for quite a while. Just such a terrific race. And to watch someone like Frederik Funk at 23 years of age look in total control, such maturity for such a young athlete. He's so poised. And of course, we expect nothing less from this young lady. I call her young because she's still a lot younger than me. But if you think about it, I think she's close to 40. And that just blows me away that she's close to 40 and she is still racing like she was in her 20s. And she looks so amazing. And I just know that we haven't seen the best of Nicola yet. And I have a sneaky suspicion that she didn't have a normal rest day like the rest of these athletes did yesterday. Knowing Nicola's training program, she probably had a training day like any other day. There would have been no rest in there. So to see her come out and do what she's doing today makes it even more phenomenal. So again, Frederik Funk looking in total control. Every now and again, looking at his to make on target on pace that he wants to keep. Still nice and relaxed in the shoulders. Doing all the right things through the 8 stations, not rushing through them, taking his time to make sure he gets enough hydration in. You can see that cloud cover has burnt off considerably, so it would be very, very hot there now. Definitely in the high 20s. And it's a different sort of heat in Europe as compared to here. I know in Australia high 20s is pretty stock standard, but it definitely is a different sort of heat. Nicola Spirig still in cruise control. 3 hours 24 minutes into the race today. Just a little less for the women. They started a few minutes behind the pro men this morning. course, once Nicola finishes here in Walchsee, she'll be straight back into training camp and straight back into preparations for Tokyo. Lining up for what will be her 5th Olympic Games. Of course, she's already grabbed a gold and a silver in the last 2 Olympic Games. Well, this young man's career is just starting, having won one of his biggest events a couple of weeks ago in Challenge St Polten, where he gave a masterclass to pro athletes a lot older and a lot more experienced than he is. See Janine Lubin from the Netherlands, one of our pro women. So we can see that that lead is coming down, but it is certainly not coming down anywhere near where it needs to. So we haven't been able to give you pictures of Annie Haug out on the course, but I have been told by all the spotters out there that she does look fantastic and that she is giving it everything she can. So right now, Annie Haug, in traditional Haug fashion, is pushing that run, trying to get those time gaps down, but it was always going to be a huge ask. Buckness just needs to hold on now. He just needs to keep it together, focus on what's going ahead on front and nothing on what's going on behind. Easier said than done, of course. Very easy for me to say it sitting at home here watching a screen. But as I said earlier, he really is showing maturity beyond his years. We know it's not too long before he makes his way back into the town of Walchsee and to that finish line. We know Thomas Steger is cutting down that lead, so I think it is now down to around that 2-minute 40 mark. So Steger has definitely cut chunks of time out of Funk, but I think he's just going to pull up a little short. And as long as Funk continues to hydrate and take care of himself like we're seeing, I think we'll find that he will be taking his second win from as many starts here in Walchsee today. Fantastic racing from this young boy. And what was quite special with Funk a couple of weeks ago when he won St Polten, he put a picture up of himself winning the Junior Challenge. Well, it wasn't called the Junior Challenge back then, but it was the Junior Try at St Polton. And now all these years later, he's finally won the professional event at St Polton. And now looking more and more likely like he's going to take the win here today. Already starting to clap and high five all the fans along the way. He knows he's got this in the bag now. He looks fantastic. He still looks so relaxed. Turnover's still great. And literally getting ready to come into the finish line. Here we go. Only a couple of 100 metres left for Frederick Funk of Germany. He led this race just like he did in St Polton, had a great swim, got himself in a really good position out of the water. Third place for him out of the water here today. Took control of the bike almost immediately and has never looked back. Well, actually, we saw him look back just that once, but we'll let him get away with that. 23 years of age. As I said, both parents, very, very good professional athletes themselves, both exceptional bike riders. And we can see the apple hasn't fallen too far from the tree here. What a wonderful, wonderful race from Frederick Funk. Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee champion and European middle distance champion 2021. Terrific effort, Freddie. Whoops, almost falls over. Saves it right on the line. Well done, Frederick Funk.
Jetzt hat er gewonnen. After his 2 second places, 218 and 219. Und jetzt schauen wir, kann ein Tiroler, kann ein Österreicher die Europameisterschafts-Silbermedaille gewinnen? Can the Tyrolean and Austrian man, Thomas Steger, catch the silver medal?
Since the Thomas kommt until he's arriving, Thomas Steger, just a second information, second win in a challenge race this year in Austria for Frederick. Also zum zweiten Mal ein Challenge-Rennen gewonnen in Österreich in diesem Jahr, vor einigen Wochen. St. Polten und heute hier Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee, herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Ja, und es wird noch 3 Minuten knapp dauern, bis wir hier den Zweitplatzierten sehen. Frederick Funk hat nichts mehr anbrennen lassen, hat sogar noch vorneweg attackiert.
Und heute lässt es klappen, heute kann er...
We're taking you back to our lead female, Nicola Spirig. Annie Haug in second, now 5:42 behind. Looks there on the timing like Marta Bernardi from Italy has now overtaken Sara Perez, holding third place with Sara Perez probably around 20 seconds back. As we see second place Thomas Steger. What a terrific run this young man's had here today. As expected, we knew he was one of the fastest on paper. There was a considerable deficit off the bike and he has whittled it down. And like we expected, he just ran out of real estate. 1:55 back. Super fast times here today. Frederick Funk coming home in a time of 3:36.56. And of course, Steger 1:55 in arrears. Great racing from both these young men here today. I'm sure they'll both be very, very happy with their races. I know Frederick Funk will be ecstatic with his race. Almost identical to his race a few weeks ago in St Polton. course, Steger taking the win at Riccione back in May, another very hot race. But was a little disappointed with his race in St Polten. He only managed to place a 5th. So great to see him come back out here today, back up into 2nd spot. I'm sure he'll definitely be very happy with that. Looks like Steger ran a 1:08 on course today. So we knew he was flying, and that just confirms it. So it's going to be interesting to see who can hold on to that podium spot or can grab that podium spot in the men's race. We know that Bart Arnouts, renowned for his running, is absolutely flying right now, but I think it's hard to say. He's less than a minute behind Ruben Sepunkt, so let's see what happens here. But Nicholas Spirig still looking as terrific as ever. Waiting to get that split back to Annie Haug. It is, and it is. Oh my gosh, and he got him right on the line. Bart Arnouts literally overtaking Ruben Sepunkt right on the finish line. Wow. I knew it was going to be close from the timing, but I did not think it was going to be that close. That is incredible. Wow, you have got to give it to Bart Arnouts. We know on paper, and we just know from races in the past that Bart Arnouts is one of the classiest runners. But hats off to Ruben Sepunkt, because this young man has not been in the sport of triathlon for that long, and that was an incredible effort from him today. I'm sure Ruben's happy with it, but when you're that close to getting that final podium spot and it's taken from you right on the line, he'll look at this in a few days' time and he'll be kicking himself. But Ruben, you have to be happy with that. You were run down by Bart Arnouts, who is such a terrific runner, such a class runner. Wow, hats off to these men. Great racing from all 4 of these men here today. Frederick Funk, 1st place from Germany. 2nd, Thomas Steger of Austria. And 3rd place, Bart Arnouts of Belgium. And of course, have to mention 4th place, Ruben Sepunkt of Germany, giving himself a little head shake. He probably doesn't realise, what just happened. Oh, that was so close. Great race from Gregory Barnaby to come from behind. 5th place, of course, Barnaby from Italy has obviously overtaken Molinari somewhere along the run course. So our top 5 here today.
Und wir stoppen mit. Wie viel Unterschied wir denn haben und wo die Zweitplatzierte bei den Frauen sich befindet, bis wann sie da ist. Ob das Anne Haug ist, we will see. If Anne Haug is still 2nd.
Of course, here we are with Bart Arnouts, our 3rd place male today, standing there with one of the CEOs of Challenge Family, Jeffrey Visser. You've got Thomas Steger in the background giving his interview. Of course, all of our wonderful sponsors in the background. The European Triathlon Middle Distance Championships here today in Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee. Huge thank you to the region of Kaiserwinkl and, of course, to the city of Walchsee. Absolutely incredible event here today as we see Giulio Molinari coming in 6th place.
Der Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee mit dabei. Und immer noch unter den Top 6. Viele Junge sind da nicht nachgekommen, auch über die Mitteldistanz. Und ihr schaut, es ist...
It just shows you just how much effort that last few kilometres was. It is starting to really heat up out there now. And as I said, that cloud cover is practically gone. It's nothing but blue sky and sunshine.
Ja, und auf diesem Niveau spielt natürlich die Tagesverfassung auf 3 Disziplinen eine große, große Rolle.
So they are top 6 men. All 6 of these men have now qualified for the championship at X-Bionic Sphere in Samarin, Slovakia at the end of August.
Knapp 90 Kilometer, die mir letztes Jahr abgenommen wurde. Und mit der Startnummer 6.
They have all earned themselves valuable points towards the Challenge Family World Bonus. Our end of year world bonus, $150,000 US. So Lucas Kopka comes across the line in 7th position.
Da kann sich feiern lassen. Deutsche Teilnehmer hier, gratuliere, super unterwegs. Und auch Mann aus Deutschland wird 9. im Gesamtklassement.
Julian Earhart, also from Germany.
Auch hier kommt der nächste Mann from Great Britain. Der geht
So great to see 4 Germans in the top 10. Living up to their reputation, they always seem to race well here.
auch von den Para-Olympic-Teilnehmern aus Russland. Kolmakov running to the next lap and finish.
Just waiting for our top 10.
10th place, da haben wir die Top 10 jetzt im Ziel.
Und warten auf die nächste.
Kalistratov is our 10th place, so we have our top 10 men. Top 10 men across the finish line now. Brilliant racing from all of these men. And you can see by the looks on their face when they cross the finish line, that last lap really started to hurt. As I said, it's starting to heat up here now.
Wie gesagt, unsere Aussagen sind immer inoffiziell. Da wird noch Podestzeit und natürlich die korrekte Auswertung abgewartet. Auch wir können uns irren, wie auch immer. Aber wir haben viel zu
Such terrific racing from all of these men. Frederick Funk was faultless. Thomas Steger, what a run from him to get himself up into 2nd. But big story for me was seeing Bart Arnouts just managed to run over the top of Ruben Sapunk for that last spot on the podium, right on the blue carpet they were. If you blinked, you would have missed it. Incredible. So just to give you a little bit of an update on the professional women, I know there'll be many people out there wondering what is going on. So we know that Nicola Spirig is on to her 3rd lap. Here we go. Still looking incredible. We know that Anne Haug is now about 5 minutes, so just over 5 minutes behind Spirig. So she's managed to whittle over a minute. But will well and truly run out of real estate. And there is just absolutely no chance that Spirig is going to be caught here today. Spirig was out of the water with Sarah Perez in 1st and 2nd place. Just like before, she took control early on the bike and she has never looked back. And actually, speaking of our lead male, let's hear from Frederick Funk on how today's race went for him.
Wir halten uns ganz kurz. Frederik Funk, der hat dieses Rennen hier dominiert. Wie ist es gelaufen bei dieser Hitze hier in Walchsee?
Ja, es hat vielleicht von außen so ausgeschaut, als ob es dominant war. Aber ich selber musste echt wirklich heute sehr, 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 sehr hart gehen, um das zu schaffen, beziehungsweise um dann wirklich den Sieg nach Hause zu holen.
Und ja, ich war von Anfang an, muss ich richtig hart gehen. Das Schwimmen war schon sehr, sehr hart. Dann beim Radfahren hatte ich leider nicht die Beine wie jetzt in St. Pölten vor 4 Wochen. Dementsprechend bin ich auch ein bisschen müde auf die Laufstrecke gegangen und habe dann gehört, ich habe 6 Minuten auf dem Thomas und ich habe natürlich schon vor dem Rennen gerechnet, wie viel Vorsprung ich bräuchte, um dann noch zu gewinnen mit einem soliden Lauf. Und ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass ich solide laufen kann, deswegen dachte ich dann, 6 Minuten wird es wenig sein. Und erst in der letzten Runde habe ich dann gemerkt, ja, es wird tatsächlich reichen für den Sieg und ich bin echt sehr, sehr, sehr erleichtert. Es bedeutet mir wirklich sehr, sehr viel, der Sieg, auch noch Europameistertitel und mega happy damit.
Wir gratulieren wir zum Europameistertitel und gehen wieder zurück ins Studio und warten auf Nicola Spirig.
Of course, back with Spirig. Not too long to go now. I think just over 1 lap left for Spirig here today. It might even be under a lap. We'll get an update from our spotters out on course who have done a terrific job today. Of course, now we can see Annie Haug has managed to get it under that magical 5-minute mark, but with so little kilometres left to run, it's really irrelevant, as Nicola Spirig has definitely got this in the bag. You can see that sun is out in full force now. Definitely will be feeling it. All of our volunteers, big shout out to all the volunteers out on course today. What a terrific job they've done. All of our aid stations, so incredibly important when the weather gets to these sort of temps, particularly in long distance racing. What I want to know though is, seeing as Nicola Spirig's put on such a masterclass here today for all of us, does she get an easy day tomorrow? I think I can answer that myself. I'm pretty sure the answer will be no. I'm sure it'll be straight back to work as per normal for Nicola Spirig in her build-up for her 5th Olympic Games. I don't think I've seen Nicola turn her head, twitch, do anything to tell me that she's feeling the pinch even slightly. Like, there's been nothing. Just 100% focus of what's in front. It's an absolute pleasure to watch. There's no doubt about that. She is going to be in scintillating form come Tokyo. She's in scintillating form right now. Of course, it was great to hear from our winner, our young winner, Frederick Funk. After 2 second places here, finally he gets the win. 3rd time's a charm. This is what I love so much about our sport of triathlon. Here we have a 23-year-old taking out the professional men's race here today. And we've got a woman close to her 40s, well, born in 1982. About to take her win here. Of course, Frederick Funk born in 1997. So just a little bit of a difference. But there's not too many sports in the world where you can get that sort of difference, point of difference, and I love it. I think it's amazing, and that's why our sport is just so special. Great to see Nicola out on course with so many of our age group athletes from around the world or from around Europe. I'm hoping I can say around the world in the not too distant future when it's a little bit easier to travel. We're getting there slowly but surely. I think last year was my first time in over 15 or 16 years that I hadn't been to Europe, and I tell you, it felt so strange. So I cannot wait to get back there this year. All the places that I love. Of course, in particular, back to Germany to challenge Roth, my second home. I think the entire triathlon world cried just a little bit when Challenge Roth wasn't able to go ahead last year. Like so many other great events, of course, but for so many people, Challenge Roth is so important and so special. I know it is for me. So I'm crossing all my fingers and all my toes that the race is able to go ahead this year in September, in early September. Of course, I know the amazing team in Roth, headed up by Felix Walchsee and his amazing family. Alice and Catherine are doing everything possible to make it happen. So great to see so many of our other challenge events going ahead this year. We've had so many already, which have been amazing. Challenge Miami, Challenge Shepparton here in Australia, Challenge Gran Canaria, Challenge St. Polten, Challenge Riccione, Challenge Walchsee, Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee, I should say. Challenge Cancun. Many more to come. All of the athletes racing today, not just our professional athletes, but all of our age group athletes, the top 6 from every age group, every category, automatically qualify for the championship at X-Bionics Fair in Samarin, Slovakia, coming up at the end of August. It's going to be one of the most amazing weekends in the sport of triathlon, with the PTO Collins Cup going ahead the day before. A race that we've all been anticipating and waiting for a long time now. Completely new concept for us all. Of course, following the Riders' Cup in golf. Got 3 teams, Team International, Team Europe and Team USA. And honestly, on paper right now, I just cannot see Team Europe being beaten. And of course, Nicola Spirig on screen now. Surely she has to be a shoo-in for a captain's pick after her performance here today. Unbelievable. I don't think Spirig has slowed down a second per kilometre. If anything, she's picked it up. She's looking better now than she did when she started. And of course, one of the greatest things about Spirig is not only is she insanely talented, we all know that, and we know she's insanely hardworking, but she's probably the toughest person you'll ever see in the sport. Never complains, just gets on with business. I've seen her time and time again in training sessions over the years, when I've seen her coach try to test her in sessions, and I have never, ever seen her crack. Of course, one of Sotto's famous sayings is, "You can taper when you sleep," and I love it. And that's exactly what she probably got last night. Taper when you sleep. Of course, great to see her teammates, Max and also Drea, make the team as well. So they will be going across to the Olympics with her, also in the mixed relay team. What a great team that Switzerland have got. Great to see so many people out supporting this event today. Beautiful day to be out. Such a great atmosphere here in downtown Walchsee. Not too long now, Nicola is coming ever so close to the finish. And that was truly an absolute masterclass. I don't think I've seen a race in quite some time that was so perfect. Paula Finlay last year at the PTO Champs in Daytona was on par. This is just exactly what we saw Paula do last year in December, and we are seeing Nicola Spirig do right now. Just grab the race by the horns and never look back. This was a showdown I'd been anticipating for quite a while. Wasn't sure that we'd be able to pull it off, but to see these two women, Nicola Spirig and Annie Haug, racing here today and challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee, wow, just wow. Here she comes, here she comes. Absolutely incredible. Bravo, Nicola Spirig, wow. And look at that smile. I don't know if she got out of second gear. She still looks like she's got more in her. It's crazy. Look at that time. 3:58, sub 4. That's incredible. No wonder there's a smile on Nicola Spirig's face. She knows that she just executed that race to absolute perfection. Of course, she led the swim out with Sarah Perez Sala. She took control of the bike very, very early, pretty much from the beginning, and then never looked back, extended her lead on the bike, and then looked brilliant all day long on that run. While Annie Haug tried as hard as she could to get that lead down to something that she could work with, it was just always going to be an impossible task. We do know that Annie Haug should be at that finish line within the next 3 to 4 minutes. Marta Bernardi from Italy still holding 3rd place, but now, of course, around 11 minutes behind. Great race from Anne Reichman, who has now also overtaken Sarah Perez. So Anne Reichman now in 4th place, with Sarah Perez rounding out that top 5 out on the run course right now.
Ah, okay. I didn't know it. They told me to tell you.
Absolutely beautiful out there today. Just so green here in Austria. See all of our age group athletes making their way through the run course today. You can see a lot of this run course is unprotected, so they are out under that hot sun. Even more important for them all to make use of the many aid stations that we've got around the course today. Of course, 4-lap course around Lake Walchsee today.
Thank you for the driving. Aber er hat keiner gesagt, dass das ein No-Go ist, durchs Ziel zu fahren.
Ein Werdender um den 3. Platz zwischen Marta Bernardi und Sarah Perez, aber auch Anne Reichmann wird da vielleicht noch ein Wörtchen mitreden oder deutscher Friederone, die sich da auch mit auf der Laufstrecke nach vorne gearbeitet hat.
So ist es. Und wenn man hier so vom Ziel aus Richtung Einlaufschneise schaut, wo man ja wunderbar die Meter einsieht.
Can you maybe also have a little bit aside of the finish? The second and the third, a little bit an eye on the finish.
Where can I live? Under here.
Natürlich auch in den jeweiligen Tageszeitungen und natürlich Medienberichten sowie auch Videoproduktionen europaweit, wenn nicht weiter hinausgehen. Die letzte Saison natürlich das Walchsee und den anderen Destinationen, insgesamt 4.
So of course, now that Nicholas Spirig done this final race preparation, although it'll be interesting to see if there are any other races up her coach's sleeve. I'm sure there's no half-distance races in the near future, but now it's all focus, 100% focus on the Olympics in Tokyo at the end of July. As we now see Annie Haug make her way across the finish line. Well done, Annie Haug. Just over 5 minutes behind, 5:02 to be precise. So terrific races from both these ladies today. Nicholas Spirig, of course, home in first place with Anne Haug, coming in just over 5 minutes behind. Of course, we know Annie Haug hasn't had the most perfect of years so far. Travelled over to Challenge Miami in March, unfortunately tested positive to COVID. Had to obviously recover from that. Had a short break after she raced St. Pölten, so is only just coming back, but great to see her out here today. Of course, she took the win at St. Pölten a few weeks ago, having a great battle against Imogen Simmons. And now, of course, today finishing in 2nd position behind Nicholas Spirig, who we know is in scintillating form right now as she prepares for the Olympics.
Ne, kad stojiš gor na motorju.
Over the middle distance, it could be their long-term third place after the last 3 laps with the Italian.
Če je bolje v redu. Ker sem polen cajt bil nasloven na avtku, prej sem mogel to.
So now we wait for our 3rd place female. We do know that there is a little bit of a gap now between second and third place.
Die Bronzemedaille wird eng werden. Da wird wahrscheinlich hier bis zum letzten Korn auf den letzten 2 Kilometer gefeitet werden. Wer wird Bronzemedaillengewinner im Zuge der Europameisterschaft in 2021 hier?
So all of these athletes that you see crossing the line now are not our professional athletes. They are our aquabike athletes. So don't get confused. We have definitely only had 2 of our professional women cross the finish line in the middle distance event. So we are now waiting for our third place professional female. We know that it is Marta Bernardi of Italy.
Und Andi, du schaust genauso wie ich gebannt auf das letzte Mountainbike mit der letzten Dame. Blaues Trikot Italien.
Great to see Anne Reichmann from Germany having a great race here today. Currently holding 4th place. Sarah Perez-Sala not too far behind her in 5th.
This happened again. Also ich will mir das ersparen, dass es wieder passiert und jeder merken. Aber die Band der Blick, wie du sagst, Bernhard, da vorne bis wir.
Nisem mene upozoril za one dve. Že včeraj, da gaš one dve, ker sta slabe plevalke, sam sta pol podal. Taka je zmagala oba in zajt sem bil prvi.
There we can see Marta Bernardi having a great race as she runs through the aid stations. She is heading towards the finish line now. Terrific race from Marta today.
Who's coming? Woman. Third woman.
Of course, Marta Bernardi was also 3rd at Challenge Riccione back in May. So a 3rd place at Riccione in Italy in May, and now a 3rd place here today in Walchsee. I like her consistency. I'm sure Marta will be very, very happy with this race that she's executed here.
Applaus für alle Referees, für alle, die im Organisationsteam, big Applaus in the media for all helping hands for arrange a sport friendly competition in the European Championship. Without them, we have no competition, no decisions. Clap your hands for everybody of the organization team.
A big shout out to one of our other sponsors, Powerbar. Again, huge thank you to our many, many wonderful sponsors, Red Bull, Arbus, Pleiades Resort, of course, the City of Walchsee and the region of Kaiserwinkl, who have just put on a spectacular event today. I don't know when they put this order of weather in, but far out did it deliver. Absolutely incredible conditions. Just one of those things when you race in Austria and Switzerland. It's a little bit of compromise because the beauty of the mountains and the lake, but often it can mean really nasty weather. But to see the weather, and I know that Walchesee's had its fair share of pretty tough weather in the past, but to see this today, right when we needed it, it just, it puts a massive smile on my face. Beautiful, beautiful conditions today in Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee. Absolutely beautiful. As we're waiting for our 3rd place female. We know it's Marta Bernardi.
All of especially the elite women and elite men are world-class athletes. Furthermore, we have seen big gaps between also the top 6.
Of course, we do have world-class athletes here today. Not only our professional athletes, but also our age group athletes, some of the best European athletes come here from throughout Europe. Big shout out to World Triathlon. Here she comes. Marta Bernardi, bit of a crossover there, and she makes her way down the blue carpet. Terrifically controlled race from Marta Bernardi today. Well done. But there you go, our top three. Nicola Spirig in first, Annie Haug in second, and Marta Bernardi in third. Big smile on Marta's face. She knows she did a great job today. That's a podium finish at the European Middle Distance Championships.
Ein paar Falten haben sich gebildet. Danke also dem Andi. Hier speziell im Kreuzungspunkt ausgangs der Transition Area. Vielen Dank für das schnelle Agieren. Kann passieren natürlich. Ja, und immer wieder hört man natürlich auch.
And of course, let's hear from our winner today. I can't wait to hear from Nicola Spirig to see how she found today and to see if she stuck to plan as per coach's rules. Let's hear from Nicola.
Hier ist die frisch gebackene Europameisterin. Dieses Wochenende hat es geklappt im Mitnehmen, muss man sagen, in Richtung Tokio. Herzliche Gratulation, Nicola Spirig.
Vielen Dank, ja, ich bin sehr happy. Es war wirklich ein guter Tag für mich. Und ich glaube, es gibt Zuversicht, dass die Richtung stimmt nach Tokio.
Es hat unglaublich souverän ausgesehen, muss man sagen. Jetzt war die Nicola Spirig eine der wenigen, die nicht mit dem Zeitfahrrad heute am Start gestanden ist. Kleiner Materialnachteil oder ist das völlig egal?
Ich glaube, viel weniger Nachteil auf einer solchen Strecke. Es hatte viele Höhenmeter und das habe ich auch gemerkt. In der zweiten Runde waren Age-Group-Athleten auf der Runde, Männer, und die haben mich immer überholt beim Flachen oder wenn es runterging, aber ich habe sie wieder überholt, wenn es raufging, weil natürlich das Straßenrad ist schneller, wenn es raufgeht. Also ich glaube, es hat nicht so viel ausgemacht heute und für mich war es in diesem Sinne ein hartes Training auf dem Weg nach Tokio. Darum wollte ich auf das Rad fahren, dass ich in Tokio fahre.
Jetzt müssen wir schon nachfragen, wie es denn in der Vorbereitung auf Tokio steht. Jetzt haben wir letzte Woche die Leistung in Kitzbühel gesehen, jetzt haben wir dieses Wochenende eine unglaublich tolle Leistung hier in Walchsee bei der Europameisterschaft gesehen. Die Richtung stimmt nämlich an.
Die Richtung stimmt. Tokio wird ein völlig anderes Rennen sein. Also es ist nicht zu vergleichen, nicht mit Kitzbühel, nicht mit Walchsee. Aber für mich sind das sehr gute Trainings auf dem Weg nach Tokio. Es liegt noch viel Arbeit vor mir, aber die Richtung stimmt.
Jetzt geht es gleich wieder zurück, habe ich gehört, nach St. Moritz. Höhentrainingslager ist angesagt und dann ist, glaube ich, kein Wettkampf mehr geplant in Richtung Tokio.
Es ist noch ein Olympisch-Distanzrennen geplant. Ich bin noch nicht sicher wo, in der Schweiz oder in Deutschland, einfach in der Nähe. Aber sonst ja, Training.
Training und Höhe. Wir wünschen auf alle Fälle alles Gute. Gratulation zum Europameistertitel hier in Walchsee und wünschen natürlich auch alles Gute in Richtung Tokio 2020, muss man sagen.
Super, vielen Dank, herzlichen Dank.
Nicola Spirig, danke sehr.
And of course, then we just heard from our champion today, Nicola Spirig. Led from beginning to end, incredible race. As we see, our fourth and fifth place women are also across the line. So a great race from Anne Reichmann of Germany to finish in fourth place. And of course there in the red, Sara Perez Sala from Spain. It really took everything out of Sara today. And a great race from Giorgia Prioni from Italy to bring it home in sixth. So our top 6 women, all 6 women have now qualified for the championship in Samarin, Slovakia at the end of August. You can see just how tough that racing out there was today. I really think that second half of the run really started to leave its mark on these athletes out there today. So, of course, Perez Sala from Spain is quite used to hot conditions, but it really hurt today.
Kaiserwinkel. Hier bin ich. Kaiserwinkel, Tirol. Hier bin ich Urlaub.
Well, what an incredible day it has been and continues to be here in Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee for the 2021 European Middle Distance Championships. Wow, the racing today, honestly, it's almost 9 p.m. at night here and I'm getting a little tongue twisted, but I cannot believe the racing we saw. Obviously, Frederick Funk, 23-year-old, what a superstar he is becoming. I was going to say is going to be, but he already is. And what can I say about Nicola Spirig, our female winner here today? I honestly think I have a bit of a girl crush on Nicola Spirig because I cannot believe what she has already accomplished in her lifetime and continues to accomplish as she gets close to 40 years of age. Absolutely amazing athlete, but incredible racing from all of our athletes out there today. Really, for once in my life, I'm a little stuck for words. And let's hear from our second place finisher from today's event, Annie Haug of Germany.
Eine absolute Langdistanzspezialistin heute auf Rang 2. Silber ist es geworden bei den Europameisterschaften hier bei der Challenge Walchsee. Herzliche Gratulation, Anne Haug. Wie ist es gelaufen?
Ja, also ich meine, ich habe alles gegeben, was drin war. Für den zweiten Platz hat heute gereicht. Damit muss ich zufrieden sein. Nicola war einfach uneinholbar. Ich hatte einfach schon zu viel Rückstand nach dem Schwimmen und auf dem Rad bin ich auch nicht so wirklich reingekommen. Und ja, ich bin froh, dass ich noch die Silbermedaille gekriegt habe.
Wie war es jetzt draußen wirklich auf der Strecke? Wir haben ja mit einem absoluten Hitzerennen heute gerechnet. Dann hat es sich doch ein wenig verzogen am Vormittag. War nicht ganz so starke Sonneneinstrahlung, war aber trotzdem heiß heute, oder?
Also auf dem Rad merkt man das ja nicht. Da hat man so viel Fahrtwind. Beim Laufen war es dann schon ein bisschen warm, aber ich mag die Hitze und also das war eigentlich eher schön als hinderlich.
Trotzdem hat sich die Anne Haug von Rang 3 auf Rang 2 schön langsam und stetig vorgearbeitet und es ist dann die Silbermedaille geworden. Aber grundsätzlich kann man sagen, eigentlich schon zufrieden, oder?
Ja, ich meine, ich muss zufrieden sein. Es war einfach nicht mehr drin und wenn man alles gegeben hat, muss man mit dem Platz zufrieden sein, den man bekommen hat. Und ja, das ist meine erste Europameisterschaftsmedaille, von daher bin ich sehr glücklich und ja.
Jetzt habe ich die Nicola Spirig gefragt, wie es weitergeht. Da wissen es alle, da ist Tokio 2020 das große Ziel. Wie geht es bei der Anne Haug weiter? Geht es in Richtung Hawaii?
Ja, sicher. Das ist natürlich mein großes Ziel, Hawaii dieses Jahr. Und der Collins Cup in Samorin, das ist das nächste große Ziel. Und genau, die zwei sind so die großen Highlights in dem Jahr, auf die ich hinarbeite.
Das heißt, bis Oktober ist ja noch ein bisschen Zeit, sich von Rang 2 auf Rang 1 international vorzuarbeiten.
Naja, da sind ja noch andere Konkurrenten auch da.
Ich will keinen Druck machen, um Gottes Willen.
Ich gebe natürlich mein Bestes und ja, jetzt erstmal wieder gut trainieren und dann ja, schauen wir mal, was die Saison noch bringt.
Ein kurzes Wort noch zur Veranstaltung selbst hier, Walchsee, Kaiserwinkl, unglaublich schöne Gegend, toller organisierter Wettkampf, auch für die Athleten, glaube ich so.
Ja, es war natürlich wunderbar. Ich meine, die Radstrecke hier in den Bergen ist natürlich wunderschön und der See war angenehm warm und ja, auch auf der Laufstrecke waren so viele Zuschauer, die einer gepusht haben und motiviert haben und angefeuert haben. Das ist schon wieder was ganz anderes, wenn man das wirklich nicht so alleine und isoliert macht, sondern da lechzen wir schon alle danach und sind unheimlich dankbar, dass die Veranstalter hier sowas Tolles auf die Beine gestellt haben und ja, ich bin total froh, hier zu sein und ich glaube, ich spreche da im Namen von allen, dass es wirklich eine ganz, ganz tolle Organisation war und eine ganz tolle Veranstaltung, mit der jeder mit einem lachenden Auge wieder nach Hause fährt.
Ich merke schon, alle kommen hier mit einem lachenden Gesicht ins Ziel herein. Ich sage danke, noch einmal Gratulation zum Vize-Europameistertitel und alles Gute in der Vorbereitung in Richtung Hawaii. Da werden wir ein ganz besonderes Auge auf die Anne Haug werfen. Danke und zurück zu euch ins Studio.
And now we just heard from a fairly emotional Annie Haug. As I said, she hasn't had it easy this year. She's had a fairly tough year of it, and to see her bounce back the way she has, I mean, obviously she would have liked to have been closer to Nicola today and to have been a real battle between the two. And so, yeah, I understand, a little emotional, but all focus now on the Collins Cup. Of course, Annie Haug is automatically, well, looking very, very likely, I shouldn't say automatic, but very, very likely to make the European team for the Collins Cup. That will be her next big race. That's not till the end of August, so I'm sure she'll be back into training and back into routine before we know it. But class act from Annie Haug. She always gives everything. She's an emotional racer and a beautiful, beautiful person. So honestly, great racing from both these amazing ladies out there today. And of course, the middle distance race hasn't been the only event to go ahead this weekend. Of course, we had the Junior Challenge, which is always one of my favourite events during the Triathlon Festival. So let's have a little look at how the Junior Triathlon played out. So there you go, our future champions in the sport of triathlon. I absolutely love the Junior Tri. It doesn't matter what race you go to around the world, the Junior Triathlon is definitely one of my most favourite. Incredible. Of course, we see more and more of our age group athletes. Now the focus turns to our age group athletes out there on course right now. And I am hoping that we've got an interview with our race director, responsible for making this all happen. Of course, Andreas Klinger and his wife Ilona Klinger have been in charge here at Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee for many, many years, and what a terrific job they both do. It's an absolute pleasure working with them year after year. And let's hear from him now.
Announcement also for you, for all of us. Flower ceremony der Frauen, nur der Frauen. Flower ceremony only through women.
Ja, und einmal dürfen wir uns noch hier live aus Walchsee melden und wie Sie es gehört, ganz zum Schluss natürlich mit dem Cheforganisator. Jetzt können wir, glaube ich, schon ein kleines Resümee ziehen. Es ist zwar noch dieser ganze Bewerb auch im Laufen. Es sind noch auf der Radstrecke Leute draußen. Es wird rund um den See noch gelaufen. Also es ist noch eine Menge Arbeit hier. Aber grundsätzlich ist der Bewerb doch ganz, ganz gut über die Bühne gegangen.
Also ja, ich glaube wirklich sehr, sehr gut im Moment noch. Wie du schon gesagt hast, natürlich die Age-Gruppe bis zum Schluss. Auf die warten wir alle, hoffen, dass sie alle sicher ins Ziel kommen. Aber alle sind aus dem Schwimmen rauskommen sicher und wir haben ein tolles Rennen, vor allem von den Profis gesehen. Vor allem der Thomas Steger, der natürlich dann wirklich nur auf den zweiten vorlaufen hat können. War ein super Rennen. Ich glaube, es sind die verdienten Sieger. Die waren heuer auch stark. Wir haben das perfekte Wetter. Wir haben trotz der ganzen Umstände einfach, glaube ich, ein sehr, sehr tolles Rennen produziert.
Und ich muss sagen, dass das Wetter auch noch einmal so richtig mitgespielt hat hier und wir haben uns gerade unterhalten. Nächstes Jahr werden wir uns wahrscheinlich ohne Masken hier sehen, da sind die Interviews dann auch wieder ein wenig ansehnlicher.
Ja, ist natürlich schon sehr gewöhnungsbedürftig und es ist hart. Ich meine, wir haben jetzt Gott sei Dank nicht so eine harte körperliche Arbeit, aber die Helfer, die wirklich dann auch schleppen müssen, für die ist es einfach extrem hart. Auch für Athleten in der Früh, überall im Zielbereich oder in der Bubble mit Masken rumrennen, macht es nicht leicht.
Macht sich leicht, ist aber hoffentlich nächstes Jahr Geschichte. Es soll eine Fortsetzung geben, 2022?
Ja, natürlich. Also wir sind jetzt schon zum 11. Mal da und wird auch noch 12. Mal geben, außer was weiß ich, was noch alles passieren kann. Man weiß ja nie, aber grundsätzlich planen wir wieder am selben Wochenende Ende Juni.
Mittlerweile ist man gebranntes Kind als Veranstaltung, was ihr, glaube ich, mitmacht. Derzeit ist nicht zu beneiden. grundsätzlich noch einmal muss man sagen, tolle Veranstaltung. Ich glaube, ich kann nicht uneigennützig sagen, die Bilder sind großartig geworden, die rausgegangen sind hier aus der Region.
Also die Bilder, die ich gesehen habe, ich habe natürlich nicht immer Zeit gehabt, aber die Bilder waren echt super. Und heuer das erste Mal den Livestream und ich glaube, er hat sich ausgezahlt, also so Rennen zu übertragen. Und ja, für die Zuschauer, die ja nicht direkt vor Ort sein können, haben wir jetzt das Rennen auch miterleben können.
Jetzt müssen wir noch über den Termin für nächstes Jahr reden. Gibt es da schon was? Ist da schon was in Planung? Jeder, der sagt, boah, da möchte ich mal her mit diesen tollen Eindrücken hier.
Wir haben also jetzt immer das letzte Juni-Wochenende geplant. Wir waren ja früher im September, aber Ende Juni steht wieder fest. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob es der 26. oder der 28. Aber es bleibt so, Ende Juni.
Da kann man sich schon fix im Kalender eintragen und in diesem Sinne dürfen wir uns hier aus Walchsee verabschieden, dürfen sagen, ja, danke fürs Dabeisein und wir sehen uns hoffentlich im nächsten Jahr.
Ich sage danke an euch für die tolle Zusammenarbeit und für die super Bilder, die ihr geliefert habt und ja, ich hoffe auch, dass wir uns nächstes Jahr wieder sehen.
Den Dank geben wir gerne in die Regie weiter an die Kommentatoren und die geben wir jetzt wieder zurück. Wir sagen Servus aus Walchsee, danke fürs Dabeisein.
And of course, that was our amazing race director, Andreas Klinger. Andreas and his wife, Ilona, each and every year do the most incredible job, but I think this one has to top it as the best that I've seen in a long time. Absolutely amazing. So hats off to them both. As we have our results from the day up on screen. So the European Middle Distance Championships at Challenge Walchsee, Frederick Funk, of course, our winner from Germany, Thomas Steger from Austria in second, Bart Arnouts, Belgium in third, Ruben Sapunkt from Germany with a great race from Ruben, Gregory Barnaby of Italy in fifth, and Giulio Molinari in sixth. And our women today, Nicola Spirig in nothing short of a masterclass performance from Switzerland in first place, Annie Haug coming in second from Germany, Marta Bernardi from Italy in third, Anne Reichmann from Germany in fourth, Sara Perez Sala from Spain in fifth, and of course rounding out our top six is Giorgia Prioroni from Italy. Great racing from all of these ladies today. Well, what an incredible event. Absolutely amazing racing. Highlights for me, of course, Nicola Spirig, who gave an absolute masterclass. Annie Haug, from being emotional on the finish line, just shows that this woman races with her heart. And of course, in the men's, Frederick Funk at 23 years of age, finally getting the win here after 2 seconds. Incredible run from Thomas Steger. And that sprint finish with Bart Arnouts and, of course, Bart Arnouts in third and, of course, Ruben Sapunkt in fourth place was a highlight for me today, for sure. Of course, plenty more racing to come today as our age group athletes continue to make their way around this magnificent run course here around Lake Walchsee. Incredible conditions for racing, so good to see. Can always be a little bit unpredictable here in the Austrian Alps, but today was an absolute cracker. I don't think we could have asked for better conditions if we tried. And of course, from my team on ground from Challenge Family telling me that it was and continues to be picture perfect. Of course, I am looking forward to finally making my way back to Europe. After not being able to get there last year, I will be back over there at the end of August for the Collins Cup and the Championship at X-Bionics Sphere, Slovakia at the end of August, followed by, fingers crossed, of course, Challenge Roth in September, and then over to Challenge Almere in the Netherlands for the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships. So lots more exciting racing to come. But I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the sponsors out there today, everyone that listened in. Thank you, thank you, thank you for listening to me for the last 5 hours. It's been an absolute pleasure. I adore talking all things triathlon, so today was absolutely no different. Here's to many more races to come this year. Looking forward to seeing you at a race. Take care, and we are going to show you a highlight package very shortly.
Kaiserwinkel, hier bin ich. Kaiserwinkel, Tirol, hier bin ich Urlaub.